Good afternoon. I'm calling this hearing to order. For the record, my name is Tanya Fernandez-Anderson, City Councilor for District 7 and the Chair of the Committee on Civil Rights and Immigration Advancement. This public hearing is being recorded and live streamed on www.boston.gov/city-council-TV and via broadcast on Xfinity 8, RCN 82, and FiOS 964. It will also be rebroadcast at a later date. Written comments may be sent to the committee email address at ccc.civilrights@boston.gov and will be made a part of the record and available to all councilors. Public testimony will also be taken here in this hearing. First, I will hear from the administration and the task force member who we only have one today, Attorney Feaster, who has a hard stop at 2:30. So any commentary from Mr. Feaster after the presentation, and then we'll go into public testimony. Each members of the public wishing to testify virtually via video conference may email shane.pac@boston.gov. That's shane.pac@boston.gov for a link and instructions to do so. If you are interested to testify in person, please add your name in the sign-in sheet at the entrance of the chamber. It should be lying on the wall there, the cement wall there. We ask that you please keep your comments around 2 minutes so that everyone can testify or that wants to testify may do so. Today's hearing is on docket number 0591, a hearing to discuss the alignment of the Reparations Task Force process, its task for proposals and community inclusion efforts with civil rights. This matter was sponsored by the chair in addition to Councilor at-large Mejia and was referred to committee on March 27, 2024. We'll be hearing from my colleagues. Councilor Mejia was the lead sponsor to actually establish the Reparations Task Force, and you'll be hearing from her shortly as well. We are joined by members of the administration, including Mariangelis Solis Cervera, Chief of the Equity and Inclusion Cabinet, Lori Nelson, Senior Advisor on Racial Justice in the Equity and Inclusion Cabinet, and Joseph Feaster, Jr., Chair of the Reparations Task Force, again, who I know has a hard stop at 2:30 today. We are also joined by two community members. Unfortunately, today, only one. Dr. Tia Martin is not feeling well and will not be attending today, but we will be joined by Reverend Dr. Kevin Peterson, founder of the New Democracy Coalition. My colleague and I, Councilor Mejia, filed this hearing back in March because as an oversight body, we have a responsibility to ensure that the pursuit of reparations is conducted in a manner that is rooted in equity and justice. When it comes to an issue as important as reparations, the process matters just as much as the final product. This process cannot be rushed, and it cannot be conducted without the full and enthusiastic participation of the community. I hope to hear from the administration about any and all ongoing efforts beyond May to ensure that this process is more transparent, and equitable, and accountable to the people of Boston, who for decades, if not centuries, have called upon us to repair the historic harm of systemic racism in the city. Specifically, to those impacted by chattel slavery. Given Mr. Feaster's time constraints, again, after the presentation, we'll be hearing from him. Today, I'm joined by my colleagues, Councilor Ed Flynn, Council President Louis Jean, Councilor Mejia, and Councilor Ben Weber. I know I mentioned we'll go to presentation, but I can give just, if my colleagues would like, by show of hands, just a quick 20-second open remark before we hear the presentation. Councilor President Lujan.
Good morning, and thank you, Councilor, for holding this. Happy to hear from the committee, from the task force, and to hear from community. I know that there have been conversations that have been ongoing, and I know that the task force, the administration has recently made efforts to support community work. I've heard about that in and from community. I just want to say thank you. Reparations are deeply important because they're about, and they're an answer to the full range of harms that American descendants of slavery here in the United States have faced. And so we know that Black people continue to face systemic barriers as a result of chattel slavery. Reparations is an important answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the sponsors. I want to say thank you to the administration team that is here, the important work you are doing. But I'd like to recognize Attorney Joe Feaster, who I have great respect for. I've worked with him on the Black Men and Black Boys Commission, and you do an outstanding job, not just on that commission, but you do an outstanding job helping bring the city together. So thank you, Joe, for always being there for the residents of Boston.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Councilor Mejia.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Just, I think it's really important for us to continue to meet, just so that we can figure out how we can be supportive. My office right now is conducting 4 audits of 4 different pieces of legislation that we passed, including the Black Male Advancement. And our goal is to learn, because sometimes you pass something and you don't know if it's really meeting the moment or working the way that you envision. So I'm really happy that we have an opportunity to visit and learn about the community engagement process, which I think is the most important piece, and how we go about informing what this work is going to look like. So I'm just here to listen and learn and be a part of the dialogue. Thank you.
Councilor Weber.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, for bringing this, and I hope my presence here speaks to how important this issue is for me, and how I'm looking forward to learning. And I just also wanted to thank Attorney Feaster for his work on the Edgar P. Benjamin facility, in District 6, and I saw the court filing this week, and it looks like at least Edgar P. Benjamin is going to survive at least a while longer, and hopefully be a resource for people in the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weber.
Thank you, Councilor Weber. Unfortunately, I've just looked at the time. We do have 7 minutes with Joe Feaster. I think if you can give your 2-minute introduction, and I'll take a question each from my colleagues for you specifically.
Councilor, I'm going to extend my time because this is your committee. I want to give full faith and credit to what you want done. So we do have a process. If you would, from the administration, how we want to do this, would that be appropriate to have it start that way? And I will be speaking as at the appropriate time. So,
that sounds great. I guess curious. I think maybe an extension of 30 minutes would allow us at least 1 round of questions, 5 minutes each, just
sure.
for you.
I will definitely extend my time in order to be complimentary to your committee efforts.
I really appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you for the accommodation. Okay, without further ado, I won't belabor us with my long introduction. We know why we're here. To the administration, welcome, and please present.
You're on. You are. Yeah, you're on.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. Certainly thank you to Councilor Fernandez-Anderson and Councilor Mejia as the co-sponsors of this important work and to the council assembled. My name is Lori Nelson. I'm the Senior Advisor, as mentioned, for Racial Justice within the Equity Inclusion Cabinet. Our goal today is to outline and to present where we have been, where we are currently, and where we are going, in addition to answering the questions that may be here from the council and certainly hearing from public comment. Having said that, my first responsibility is to certainly introduce our chairman, who you all have already heard from and have spoken highly of, in the person of Chairman Joe Feaster. In addition to that, just to uplift the current members of the task force, also listed on and in your handouts. But certainly we have Lamerchi Frazier, we have soon-to-be Dr. George Greenwich Jr. We also have Ms. Carrie Mays, Ms. Natisha Mills, Ms. Dorothea Jones, our two young people in the persons of Damani Williams and Denelson are also part of the task force. And so with that, I have the pleasure of turning over to our chair, who will walk us through some of the slides and to speak of the current reality.
Thank you very much, Lori. Good afternoon, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, Councilor Mejia, and all of the other councilors assembled here this afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here to give testimony, and for you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, being gracious enough to recognize my time constraints, but I will try to be as complete in my responses as I can. Before I begin my conversation, I want to acknowledge two of my fellow task force members who are present. One is Lamerchi Frazier, the other one is George Chip Greenwich, both of whom are here and certainly can add to any of the discussion with regards to the task force's work if that is deemed necessary. Being that I do wear glasses, and that's over there, I'm not even going to look at that to be able to determine if there's anything up there that I should be reading. I am going to be doing it on the basis of what I would like to present, to the committee and to the community. So let me start. As a lawyer, my approach is always to put things in context, and while many in this room may be fully aware of the process starting with the great ordinance that came out of this body back in December of 2022, the community at large may not be fully aware. So as I'm stating, December of 2022, this august body determined that there should be a Reparations Task Force. That body was created, and in February of 2023, that the Mayor Wu appointed the task force, of which there were 10 members, some of whom I've mentioned here today, who are present here today along with myself. And then in April of 2023, because we couldn't begin our work until then, we were sworn in. Now, the ordinance stated that there should be 3 phases of our work, but the time frames that were set forth in the ordinance, in all due respect to those who created it and the sense of urgency that everyone feels about this issue, and while I may say to people in response that this has been happening for 400 years, so don't try to rush me through the process of getting to the question of reparations, but nonetheless, there is a sense of urgency that does exist with regards to the reparations issue. So as a result of that, at the time, the ordinance spoke of the phase 1, which was to be the research, because once again, as has been documented across this country with the Tulsa, Oklahoma case, with the suit that's taken place in Evanston, Illinois, and the challenges that have come about with regards to any reparations, notwithstanding the fact that the discussion of reparations started in 1989 by then the late Representative John Conyers. So this isn't a new conversation, and on the federal level, Representative Conyers introduced this legislation each and every year, and it wasn't until 2012, in 2021, 2022, when Representative Cori Bush was able to get this enacted for some discussion on the national level. But nonetheless, on the local level, the time frames call for the history and the documentation to be done by June of 2023. That just was not possible in light of the fact that we were just sworn in on April of 2023. The task force then requested of the mayor that the time for phase 1 be deferred into December of 2023. But in trying to comply with what the ordinance required with regards to phase 1, we had to draft an RFP. We had to put out the RFP. We had to get respondents, and you hear some of that conversation as to how many responded and who responded. But nonetheless, 2 teams were selected in order to do the research, one from Tufts University with community members, and then one from Northeastern University to carry out the research. They were selected. That was presented to the community in December of 2023. And at that time recognized it as well that there's no way that they can complete their work by the end of December of 2023. There was a request to the mayor to give the phase 1 extended into December of 2024. That's where we are at the present time. I continuously hear the issue of community engagement, transparency. My contention is that both are being addressed with regards to the transparency. There's a whole website that is on the city's website. And as far as community meetings, if my recollection is correct, we've had at least 5 community meetings with regards to the work that we're undertaking. In actuality, and I'm not speaking for the entire task force, but I'm speaking for myself personally, the issue of engagement with the community is most important once we have the baseline. One of the things that the ordinance also required, that not only should we do the research to get the underpinnings for how Boston benefited from the slave trade, but 2, the second phase was for us, the task force, with community engagement and input, to recommend to the mayor what form reparations should take. And then phase 3 was the actual implementation of that. Whether the task force would undertake that or not becomes a question. So the real point for engagement is once we have a baseline. Other than that, we can have a nice conversation, but I'm not sure to what extent it would be informative for us unless and until we have the information from the persons who we've engaged for the research. So that's just my initial comments, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson and Councilor Mejia, and I will turn this over to either to Lori and or Marian Jelly.
Give us a moment. Thank you. I think because of the time constraints, we want to hear the presentation. However, you've brought up some salient points, so we want to engage you before you have to leave.
Thank you.
I will turn to my colleagues for questions, and then we'll move on to administration, address that. But just on the issues of community engagement, how it's been going in terms of community process with the task force specifically, and then on to more policy or strategically how we're moving forward in terms of executing this. So just addressing the task force, I'm going to ask my colleagues by order of arrival. Sure, I can go to lead co-sponsor Councilor Mejia and then Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Chair. All right, since we don't have a lot of time, Attorney Feaster, I want to be mindful of my colleagues. I'm just curious if you can just go in a little bit deeper on the community engagement. I'm curious about, you said 5 meetings, if you have any information of like how many people participated in those meetings, and if you can also share with us kind of your partnerships with other folks, because I know getting the word out, you know, not everyone has access to the same information. So if you could just talk to us about any partnerships, if any, that you've managed, that the task force has engaged with other stakeholders to be a part of the community engagement process, what has that looked like? And I'm only going to ask those two because I want to be mindful of my colleagues.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councilman Mejia. I'm not sure that I can answer for you with any specificity the number of persons that have attended the various meetings, but there have been quite a number of individuals. Many, as I look around this chamber, have been present at that meeting, so they may be able to give you a better sense of that particular aspect. With regards to partnerships, my sense of it is that there are communications with many of the groups that are interested in and want to have input on reparations. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson mentioned that Reverend Kevin Peterson will be here. I'm in communication with Reverend Peterson often with regards to what his organization is doing, as well as there's the Freedmen group, and I may be stating the name inaccurately, but they as well are in communication. So our partnerships extend to all of those persons who have an interest in this particular subject matter. And as far as community engagement, the engagement, as I pointed out, is one of the things, because there have come to our attention that there are those who want a more robust community engagement in what we're doing. And so what we talked about doing from the task force standpoint is to get a subgroup of the task force in order to deal with that specific issue between now and the time that we will get the information from our researchers.
And in regards to the community engagement process and the RFP, what role, if any, did community play in the selection process, in the evaluation process of potential folks who applied? What was that? What was the criteria?
In terms of oftentimes people want to make a distinction between whose community. Okay, so that's first and foremost. I want to be able to define that because I'm as much community as anybody else who may not be on the task force. So that's one point. Well, the way that the RFP was addressed in terms of that particular process was there were members of the city administration and there were 4 members of the task force who come from the community who served on putting together the RFP and were engaged in the selection process and in fact are continuing in that role as they work with the persons who have been awarded the research component. So from the standpoint of that was the engagement that was had by community in both the drafting of the request for proposal, as well as the selection of the researchers.
I'll be mindful of my time. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question. I'll ask it to Attorney Joe Feaster. Joe, can you just explain to me what the difference, and I'm just looking at some of the brochures here, what the difference between individual rehabilitation and collective rehabilitation is, or individual reparations and kind of collective reparations?
Okay. Councilor Flynn, I will never try to be so bold that I have the expertise on defining what somebody else's meaning of that will be. But let me just give you a general sense of what will have to be discussed. And this is what I was saying in light of once we got the research, this is the type of conversation that would be had with the community. There are those who walk up to me every day and say, when is my check coming? To those who say, if you look at Embrace has put together different ways in terms of they have both in terms of what the harm is as well as discussions that have gone on around the country. It could be, some folks may be talking about cash payments. Some folks may be giving land. Some may be talking about economic development programs. Some may be talking about housing. Some may be talking about different types of grants. That's the second phase, Councilor Flynn, that would be had with discussions because everything is going to be particular to Boston. What folks have to begin to understand, we're not talking about reparations from everybody who may be affected by those who came on the transatlantic, in terms of the slave trade. We've been asked by this council to address it as far as Boston's role, not Massachusetts, not Amherst. We're talking about Boston. So we first have to get a baseline as to how Boston, individuals, government, corporations, universities, how all of those folks were profited from the slave trade. Then how we will respond to whether it's the individual or collective reparations. See, because the other thing that I will say, notwithstanding that we have said in the RFP that we are using as a basis for those entitled to reparations as persons who came, well, the Freedmen Bureau as in the reparations. Now, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussion around that particular definition. But so I think, our task as a task force is order to, one, determine who's entitled to reparations, notwithstanding that that's what our RFP says, who is responsible for the payment, the determination, and when I use payment, I'm using it broadly. I'm not just looking at cash payment. Some of those programs that are in Embrace. Who is responsible, how much, and when? To me, that's ultimately what the finality of the task force role and responsibility will be. And so that's why to define it, individual, collective, depends upon what the collective thought will be between the discussions with the community once we have the baseline.
And that's why the research is a critical part of what you're doing and what the task force is doing.
Not only for that point, Counselor, it's also, if you look around, the legal basis has to be established. We're not only just talking about what the present Supreme Court is or would do with issues such as this, but historically, you have to have, they talk about narrowly tailored remedies. So therefore, you just can't do it from a visceral standpoint that I feel a sense of entitlement. You have to have the basis and the facts in order to do it, and that's what we feel. In fact, I was at a conference at Fordham Law School last week talking about reparative justice, and this was the conversation that was talked about. Even Everson said that they wished that they had started from a historical analysis as opposed to the way that they started theirs, but nonetheless, they are already in operation. But the research is required for both of those so you can possibly sustain a legal challenge as well.
Well, thank you, Joe. Thank you for answering my questions, and I think the committee has an excellent chair and a leader in you, and you have a lot of credibility in this city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Councilor President Lushen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again, Attorney Feaster, Senior Advisor Nelson, and Chief Solis Severa. I want to thank you, Attorney Feaster, for all the work that you do and for being in this role that I know is one that you believe in, that the work of repair to both address historical and ongoing harms to African Americans here in the country, but particularly here in the city of Boston. I have a question that you sort of answered. You just answered with respect to how does your perspective as a lawyer inform the work around reparations. As someone who believes deeply in all forms of repair, the successes and the shortcomings of the Freedmen's Bureau post-Civil War are a reason why we are still here demanding those reparations. I worry about the Supreme Court, and I worry about, I just worry about the tone of this country at the moment. That worry doesn't mean not doing the work. Mm-hmm. Let me be very clear. And that worry doesn't mean not doing the work of repair. It just means actually making sure that their legal basis and framework is a bit sound. So I'd love to hear like a little bit more. And I'm actually not, I'm going to say something, I'm actually not trying to get super into the legal weeds here. But when you look at there's affirmative action decision from last year that debunked, affirmative action on the basis of diversity, but it actually allowed for an opening, a window to actually think about, well, what they were trying to do in the past which is using programs as a form of redress and addressing past harm. So I actually think that there is actually a unique legal opportunity here to make the case for redress in a way that I am not 100% sure that the Supreme Court would uphold, but I actually think that there is a window, if you do redress right, that there is a moment legally with the court that it's an argument that could pass muster if it is on legally sound ground. I don't know if you have anything that you want, but that was actually just me thinking out loud based on what you had previously said.
Well, Madam President, after that recitation, I don't need to say much more. You have outlined the issue appropriately from a legal standpoint. I don't sit in this space with my legal hat on, even though I've been practicing law 48 years. This is not my area of expertise. I am knowledgeable in it. I am a reparationist. In fact, I tell folks, I don't want 40 acres and a mule. Give me 41 acres because I'm a city guy. I don't know what to do anything with a mule. So my sense is, but I am a reparationist and I believe that there's entitlement. What I am saying and underscoring what you are saying, Madam President, is this. If we do not get the legal foundation for it, I don't think that there's going to be an opportunity. I don't think there's going to be a situation that we come up and say, oh, this person or this institution or this government did it, and they're just going to say, oh, fine, let's turn it over. I use an analogy as like this, and I use it often because I like to have folks to be clear as to at least where my thinking is. I analogize to the issue, particularly to those who say, well, my ancestors did it, I didn't, it wasn't me, I wasn't there, etc. Well, I analogize to them because my area is real estate law. So I said, well, okay, you get someone, a relative passes away and they leave you their residence. There's a mortgage on the residence. I have yet, in my 48 years of practice, to find a bank that says, oh, because the mortgagee passed away, the debt is forgiven. So that's what I say here. The fact that that individual may not have been the one that did it, they benefited from that just as one who receives this inheritance of this property, and the debt still has to be paid. So that's how I analogize. But on the question you raised, the legal basis, that's the foundation that is the contention of the task force. We have to do the history in order to put us on the proper playing field for any type of legal challenges that may come forth in the future.
Thank you, Attorney Feaster. I have some questions about the grassroots community engagement partnerships, but I think that's left for admin, and I really appreciate that response. I also just want to correct something that I said. I meant to say overturn diversity as a reason, not debunk. So they've overturned the use of diversity as a proper means, and so I thank you for that analysis and for your work on the task force, which I know is both a work that you do from the heart and is not without its challenges. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Weber?
Thank you. I guess just dovetailing with that, has there been a legal challenge, or has this been tried? Is there a model somewhere else in the country for us to follow, or what are your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Councilor Weber. I just returned from a restorative justice panel that I served on at Fordham Law School just last week. There were persons from Los Angeles, from Evanston, Illinois, from Asheville, North Carolina, all of whom have programs. And particularly from Evanston, Illinois, there is a consultant that had worked with them, has laid out the legal basis for that, a legal basis for looking at the reparations. The challenges have come forward. There have been challenges, as we know, and I always say the one that if you know the history of what occurred in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and if those centurions were unable to with the late Ogletree as their counsel, to be able to get it. The case was just last week or the week before last. Their Supreme Court upheld the denial of any relief in Tulsa, Oklahoma. There were two elderly, older than 100 years old persons who survived that. One of them passed away, the gentleman, but that case has been thrown out. Evanston, Illinois, there's just been a lawsuit filed by ones who said that, well, the whole issue of reparations needed to be more broadly expanded, and I don't want to try to interpret the Evanston, Illinois case. So yes, the challenges will come. I anticipate that every place where there are, in this climate that the council president referred to, every time the issue of reparations comes up, there's going to be a challenge. There are discussions locally. As I said, I wasn't going to be speaking for other than for Boston, but Amherst in Massachusetts is talking about it. I've been in conversation with Cambridge, who is looking at it. There's Rhode Island. There's Atlanta. So the conversations around reparations have been more robust in this past 2 or 3 years, notwithstanding that the late Councilor Conyers, John Conyers, was unable to bring this forward during his lifetime. But it is a robust, and I think that conversation is going to continue going forward. But I believe also in direct answer to your question, Councilor Weber, is that the challenges will come.
Okay, yeah, in terms of, have we learned anything new? Have you seen any of the research about connections, between the city of Boston and the slave trade?
Well, it's too early. No, that's my contention. I can give you. I'm well read, so I know it, but I'm not an expert. I got experts on my committee like Lamerchi Frazier who could better know from the expert standpoint. I'm waiting to hear what the researchers tell me specifically. I don't want to go on conjecture. I don't want to go on what I viscerally may feel. We'll have the information, and once we get the information, then I think we can have a very fruitful and robust discussion to determine how Boston individuals, government, and organizations benefited.
Okay, thank you. And because of your restriction on your time, I'm going to yield back the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weber. I think I see Reverend Dr. Peterson in the crowd. Can you please join the panel? Thank you. Welcome. And by thinking I see, I think it's because I have like 6 pairs of glasses and I'll keep losing them. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am here to learn and listen and learn. The one question I had with regard to the RFP, has the RFP for the research been awarded to any particular group to do the research? And when might we expect I'm really curious because I think this is a fascinating, very important subject, but to tease out the actual specific history of chattel slavery here in the city of Boston and those who benefited from it, even though it may be happening somewhere else, but they were economically the beneficiaries of the slave trade. When might we expect the report? Yeah,
Councilor Britton, my colleagues will elaborate on that more so in the sense of the specifics, but I can tell you, yes, they have been awarded. 2 teams have been were selected, one from Tufts University, one from Northeastern. The Tufts team because we broke it into 6 time frames. They have from 1620 to about 1940, and then the Northeastern teams 1942 to the present. So those are the 2 teams. There is anticipated that, as I stated, because of their selection sometime in December of 2023, the request presently is that they have report out in December of 2024, and it may extend a little bit into the first quarter of 2025. But nonetheless, there are some interim time frames when the expectation is that they will make a report to give a sense of what information they have found, and that's what my colleagues will elaborate on, the specifics of that.
Thank you. And I really do appreciate the effort of being very focused on the structuring of the RFP so that you really get to the information that you need to make good recommendations at the end of the day. Just in terms of the process so far, like, what have you seen as the major sort of obstacles that, like, I think educating the public and at large about the whole process and the process of reparations, because people have preconceived ideas about what that might mean and who might be included or not included. You know, what do you see as some of the obstacles that you're contending with as a task force?
I guess, Councilor, I must be one of the easiest persons to please. That's a joke. But nonetheless, I've had the opportunity, for instance, to work with the good Reverend Peterson for many, many years on a number of different things. He and others have a forum where people have an opportunity to discuss that. There's also a Massachusetts group that I've interfaced with. So my sense is that there are discussions going on. For me, I see the task force role is to do what the ordinance told us to do. I'm a strict constructionist on the basis of what the ordinance says. The ordinance said do the research, come up with recommendations to the mayor, and then the implementation standpoint. Can't come up with any recommendations until we have the information, which will include the community process to address the questions that was raised by Councilor Flynn and others as to what form it might take. And that's where it is. So I don't see in terms of obstacle. I feel, there are, again, and people are entitled to the opinion because, as I pointed out, there are those who feel that, well, the process is taking too long, you shouldn't have to do the research, you shouldn't have to do. That's a matter of opinion. But the reality is that there are some processes that have to be undertaken so that when we get to the end of this, we have a chance to actually implement a program that can survive.
I think a thorough process and thorough research is going to have value for a very, very long time going forward. So it's definitely worth the effort.
Yeah. And just to add to your other point, yes. There is the sense of having the conversation with community. That you will hear from the colleagues from the city that we put out some grants where people will be able to go into talking about their personal situations and family situations in here. All discussions, all in ability, and if there's a need for people to have a broader understanding of reparations, we have countless persons in Boston who can give the recitation on the whole panoply of reparations and what's going on and what has happened and take it historically to the present. So if that's what people want, I think that can happen, but I think it is happening in other places as well.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. Councilor Worrell, who's just joined us, I'd like to just acknowledge the group of youth that's here, and I apologize, I don't see the name on the T-shirt or program. Greatest Minds is in the house. Everyone, welcome and thank you so much for joining us. So important for this hearing on the Reparations Task Force, its implementations, and so far just understanding where are we and are we doing our job as a city council to hold them to account. And this conversation is basically to go on record and understanding a little history. Councilor Mejia is the lead co-sponsor, myself, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, and Councilor Worrell sponsored an ordinance to make law, a task force that would actually have members sitting on it. Attorney Feaster is the chair of that task force, and they are charged with basically executing a community process and then putting together an RFP, in which a request for proposal, and then contracting consultants that would execute research, document, and then provide a report on what exactly Boston's responsibility or legacy to chattel slavery or trade here in the city of Boston, and its impact and its legacy. So once we have that report, then there would be another phase to go into to figure out what reparations should look like in the city of Boston. So just that little background, and I was going to go to Councilor Worrell, but I think I'll just ask my questions, and then we'll pick up back when Councilor Worrell rejoins us. And so just overall, like before you go, and I think this is, your time is probably, it's 3 o'clock now. I am interested more around the community process engagement. I have some ideas in terms of, you know, when we're talking about truth and reconciliation, we always think about South Africa post-apartheid's process. We think about healing community. We think about equipping the community with certain tools or specific processes that allows folks to not only share and be included and have a buy-in in the process, but also to so that we are able to properly aid folks. After venting, sometimes it's like pulling a Band-Aid. How do you deal with all of the pain and that comes with that? And so in observing the community processes, I was very expressive about how the city needed to be more resourceful in assisting the task force with the resources to be able to provide this in a more, I would say, professional, but just more polished. Sometimes the mic wouldn't work, or sometimes it was the speaker, sometimes the projector, or wherever the location was. And then there were questions about not enough people being communicated, or especially marginalized populations, understanding the connection or legacy of slave trade or slavery in Boston, that it has left, you know, oppressive and racist systems that has further propelled all of these oppression and harm, further disenfranchising, further taking people's access. And so this meant that we had to be more careful, more intentional, more creative in ensuring that folks knew about the process, knew about that, you know, the task force were holding certain community listening sessions. And so I guess, you know, if you can if you take me over again in terms of the process, and again, this is just for the sake of us looking at information, revisiting and seeing where we could improve in terms of community process, if need be, what specific steps have been taken to involve the community in the reparations process, all from its inception all the way to today, and have we grown, have we re-strategized, have we improved our efforts?
Okay. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, I thank you for that question. It is a good question, and I just want to ponder it for one moment, but I will say I will address it from a personal standpoint, and then there's some discussion about the colleagues from the city. We have thought about that because we knew that was the essence of this hearing, so they have responses. So I'm going to leave them to respond more broadly to that question. And before I respond, I want to also acknowledge another member of the task force who has joined us. Carrie Mays has joined us. She's a member of the Reparations Task Force as well. So there are three of us, other task force members here. Again, for me, the community process has been where it needed to be, and I don't say that from the standpoint of either from the standpoint of defense or not. What I am saying is, in terms of if I look at what our task is and what we had to be able to do, then I query the type of community process that one may have wanted up until the present time. But recognizing that concern has been raised, there are points which I mentioned earlier that there was a establishment of a subcommittee of the task force to begin to address that issue, because it's not an individual decision that was made. There was the grants that have just been put out with regards to that to address it. And then lastly, you will hear, once I depart, additional ways in which the community engagement process would occur, between now and the time of the presentation by the researchers. So you hear more about that. But again, a lot of the things that were done up until the present time have been more or less administrative. Now, as far as the mics working and all of that, I'm not going to take any responsibility for that. The chair is not going to take responsibility for those types of things. But I will take the statement to say, I will take the responsibility. I won't take the blame. I'll take the responsibility because I am the chair, but I won't take the blame for it. And we tried to correct that. As far as the outreach, the outreach is done the same way it is done for most city committees, task force, etc. We have a website which lets folks know when meetings will be held, and in terms of information from the meetings, the minutes are up there, etc. So there is the ways in which you engage, and if community members have something that they want to communicate to the task force, there is an ability to do so on the website. There are even members of the task force who use their own individual outlets in order to get it out. And then there are persons such as Reverend Peterson and his group are aware of what we're doing, and the Freedmen Bureau, they get the information out. So my sense is that I have not heard of anyone's inability who wanted to participate or learn about what the task force is doing, that they haven't had the ability to do so. But I am sure that there may be a person or so, and if that's the case, we certainly will try to address that.
Thank you. Before you leave, Reverend Dr. Peterson, thank you so much for joining us. Could you please give a 2-minute introduction, and then we'll proceed to the presentation. Thank you.
Well, it may take me slightly longer than 2 minutes, if you don't mind.
You have only 2 minutes. We'll come back for a presentation. But just an introduction, please.
Just an introduction. I can read the statement later.
Yes.
Okay. Reverend Dr. Kevin Peterson, founder of the New Democracy Coalition, founder of the Boston People's Reparations Commission, senior fellow at the Center for Collaborative Leadership at UMass Boston, and research adjunct faculty at Boston University's Center for Anti-Racist Research.
Thank you so much. We'll come back to you.
Sure.
To the administration, we'll go to your presentation and then proceed with questions.
We don't want to repeat what the chair has shared. Okay, I think this is where we should start, right?
Yeah. Okay. Again, thank you so much, Madam Chair, and others assembled. Certainly want to continue with the process and understanding certainly the details around the units of study that will lend into the research teams, which has also been a question. Most people in this room do know this, but the units of study start in 1620, and there are 6 units in total, and certainly end with 1940 through the present. We were very clear that based on the application process, we wanted to have persons chosen who were able to certainly outline the specific units of study and the purpose, the why, essentially, and then also be able to translate that into, by way of I can't say the word today. What is happening to me? I'm so sorry. A literary review, there it is, in addition to looking at persons who were well-versed in the specific units of study itself. To that end, we have, and the chair did outline this team, but the 2 teams assembled all have community roots. The first team that is dealing with the units 1 through 5 is the team from Tufts University. That is headed by Dr. Carrie Greenwich, and it also has, thank you, Kendra Field and Kiara Singleton, and that's the research group that is working on units 1 through 5. Then we look at the unit that is the 6th unit of study, which is 1940 to present, and that team is headed by Professor Margaret Burnham of Northeastern University, community members that have worked with her on some of her other work, in addition to other persons who are well-versed in this field, like Dr. Landsmark, certainly Dr. Richard O'Brien and others. So these are your two units, your two research teams that have been selected and are working currently on the research at hand.
And I'm going to weave in some of the questions from earlier too. On the piece of like at what point did community give input into the RFP? The subgroup that created the RFP got a draft together, brought it to a meeting in last July of 2023, and the feedback that was given to us was incorporated into the RFP that then went out. Some of the things that I wanted to make sure that I mentioned because they were essential to the piece of the RFP. I'll never forget, there was a moment when we were presenting and somebody said it should not only be the city that's being held accountable, it's also external institutions such as hospitals and universities. So we incorporated that into the RFP given the feedback we received that day, simplifying the language around areas of study and ensuring that the outreach for applicants was done in more targeted ways such as printed copies in the library. And I cannot remember who, but somebody asked how many people applied. We had a total of 6 applicants, and we selected 2 out of the 6.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry. Could you take me through the timeline again from the beginning? And I'm going to ask questions in between. So I know that the committee was formed in December 22. And then February 23, then they started the community process? Okay. And then take me all the way to writing the RFP. When was that written?
We came to the community for feedback in July. So we finished the first draft in June.
So community feedback, July 23?
Yep.
Thank you.
And then we started the process. We put the bid out in September.
That's right.
So when did you write it?
Once we received the community input, we brought it back.
July?
So July, August, and then
August.
we were able to put it back into bid in September. It was open for about 3. It was open for 3 months. And we selected and announced the selection of the 2 research groups in February. The contract began in March.
So February 24, you awarded the contract?
Correct. And it will be done in 2 payments. They've received the first payment, and once they show progress, the second payment will be allotted.
Can you tell me who wrote it?
Who wrote the
RFP?
Initially, the staff with support from the subgroup.
Which staff?
This is, back then, who was in the staff only.
Did you have a policy person, team?
Of course, the mayor's policy team had to be involved because the implementation plan will require the policy team to be there.
The mayor's office policy team did?
Yep. No, not all of it, but they were a part of it, yes.
Okay, and who else?
So at that point, it was Ajay, you, Maya Getter.
Yeah, and I'm missing somebody.
So Lori's team?
It's a gun.
Shugun had, obviously Shugun, Shugun Iru would have part to do with the editing of this as well. Our chief of communications also had a piece in like ensuring that the
Chief Idowu was involved?
Yeah, Chief Shugun Iru, Chief Jessica Pierre.
The internal policy team, and certainly Chief and myself.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Yes.
So that's equity, economic, OEOI,
Yeah.
policy, mayor's policy, and this was all done in consideration of the community input.
Correct. And part of the reason why Chief of Economic Opportunity was involved is not only because a lot of the work will also be under his job in the near future, it's also because half of the $500,000. So $250 came from the equity cabinet. The other $250 for the research came from economic opportunity. We split the cost.
Okay, thank you. Could you walk me through, like, who's the current member and who's no longer a member of the task force?
Yep.
Joe Feast, is he still the chair?
So Chairman Feaster is still the chair. Your current composition, what you see on the slide and also on the screen, is the current representation of the task force members. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 total right now.
And
Anyone missing?
Yes, and we certainly have just announced and the mayor appointed former Representative Byron Rushing.
And what's his position?
task force member.
Task force member.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And also, just for awareness, the 2 young men that are currently in the task force, as they are graduating and moving on to college, they will be stepping out of the task force member and will be appointing 2 new members.
Who's that, Damani and Danielson?
Correct.
Yes.
They are leaving and will be replaced?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. What are their roles moving forward?
Overall roles of each task force member, correct?
The task force itself,
Okay.
what are they going to be doing moving forward? Now that the contract's been awarded?
This is, you want to take this on? Oh. She also lost her glasses. That's what's happening. I can take it on you. Want to? So we wanted to sort of share a bit of what beyond the RFP process, because I know that that has been like the only thing we've talked about today. What else has happened? Where we're going is, our hope is that we're building the foundation now so that the task force can lead us there. Up until now, it has not been as strong as the administration has wanted to be, right? We own that. We own that we were not prepared at the very beginning. We own that we did not have the necessary resources at the very beginning. We own that we have had to pull down meetings because we were not prepared to come to community with the appropriate information, and that is something that I want to name before I even keep going. The work that we're doing right now, and I'll go through this in a second, the hope is that we build a foundation so that the task force is not only feels like, but also is able to lead the rest of the phases, because we are just getting started. But this first piece that I wanted to talk about, which is what the chair was referring to, these community partnerships, grants that we will be announcing the grantees starting in the new fiscal year. It is a supplement to the academic research that's already happening with Tufts and Northeastern, right? So Northeastern and Tufts will be engaging in oral histories, but we know they will not be able to get to everybody.
So what's the task force going to do?
They put out the applications and they selected the grantees. Once we announce, the hope is that they help us with the engagement so that they're participating in one. We can't say information right now, but once we grant the funding and somebody's doing X, the task force members will be a part of whatever that engagement is, so that they can keep track of the information, be learning through that process, because the idea is that grant, the community partnership, is going to supplement this research. So we cannot stay back as the engagement is happening with the grantees.
You're saying that the contract's been awarded and
Will
now
be.
It has not? You haven't contracted someone from the RFP?
Oh yeah, RFP. So the
RFPs.
2 teams, the 2 teams that are going to do the 6 units of study are already doing the work. We check in on them consistently, and they're like coming back to us, and they will be.
Now the task force is going to continue on with community engagement?
Now the task force is ensuring that community input is also a part of phase 1. And one way we're doing that is through the community partnerships grants that will be going out in July.
Community partnership grants that does what?
Public storytelling opportunities, history and research, so people will be able to submit their own research papers, if you will, community engagement opportunities. So for those organizations that already do this work, ensuring that we are able to resource those moments. And then something that we're particularly excited about is a focus on oral history collection.
Okay. I want to be fair to my colleagues. I did promise public testimony first.
Please.
So I'd like to get what, if you have a short, you said you had something to read,
Sure.
a statement. Let's get that, and then we'll go to public testimony, and then I'll reserve all my questions next round, and then my colleagues can take on the next round. Reverend Dr. Peterson, you have the floor.
To the Boston City Council President, Boston City Council members, those members of the Committee on Civil Rights and Immigrant Advancement, Chairman Feaster in his absence, and members of the Boston Reparations Task Force, activists and advocates. It's a privilege to be seated here with you this afternoon. Our struggle in Boston around reparations is not new. It is fair to say that the first slaves brought into Boston in chains for the purposes of forced labor were the first abolitionists, and as resistors, they ipso facto were reparationists. They were those seeking repair for harm inflicted against their humanity, their civic dignity. Indeed, the first slaves seeking reparations more than 400 years ago were Black Bostonians. The push for reparations, again, is not new, so given this, I stand in a long tradition of Black people in Boston seeking reparations. For decades, I've worked around voter registration. Tens of thousands of registered voters have been registered under my leadership through Party Solutions in the 90s and the New Democracy Coalition in the 2000s. I've also led significant game-changing efforts around redistricting. These activities were forms of reparations. Again, reparations are not new. We've been asked to give a brief testimony this afternoon about the city's Reparations Task Force regarding alignment with mission, its RFP process, and extant community engagement capabilities. Before I make brief comments specifically around these items, I extend kudos to the task force, its formation and vision. Its framework exists for a truly great cause. Yet I have concerns that I would like to put on the public record. First, based on observations and reporting, the task force requires added human capacity who are relevant to the process. By this, I mean the task force should be populated by people who are presently community members, residents, who have substantial experience around reparations as activists or policymakers. Indigenous leadership is needed. The current task force is burdened with hand-picked political appointees who enjoy friendships and political camaraderie with the mayor. While each member of the current task force is professional, few of them possess substantial experience on the ground with reparations. This self-inflicted incapacity within the context of a maximally functioning task force is important to understand and address. Ameliorative measures are in order, councilors. I also note that the task force is once comprised of 10 members. The number is, I believe, now at 5. And absentee at the meetings which have been held is chronic. Of the 5 members who have left the task force for various reasons, it seems none of them have been replaced. I think that issue is being addressed. But we call for a full task force membership with people who are qualified to lead and who have been vetted, it's an important word, who have been vetted by the impacted community. Second, as I come to conclusion, the RFP process initiated and implemented by the task force has been tentative at best. To an interested and awaiting public, this process has been exclusive, not inclusive, vague, and not transparent. These problems might relate to City Hall staff inserting themselves in the process as unnecessary and intrusive elements. They have stymied the will and abilities of the task force members. City Hall staff from the Mayor's Office of Civil Rights, according to credible reports, have been more of a hindrance than help. The Mayor's Office should take its hands out of this process, take the chains off the task force so they can do their work. The unwarranted and harmful prerogatives of Mayor Wu were witnessed more recently in her appointment of former State Representative Byron Rushing to the task force. This has come as a disappointment to advocates who note that Rushing, in fact, opposes reparations. His bias should disqualify him from service on the task force. We demand that Mayor Wu rescind his appointment. Lastly, concerns linger to the extent to which the mayor's office had failed to empower the Boston Reparations Task Force to participate in authentic community engagement. Mayor Wu's decision to handpick political favorites from the beginning has muffled the voices of credible witnesses in the community. There has been so far too few community meetings and no significant funding allocated for this process where Blacks can be sufficiently contacted, educated, and mobilized around the issues. I'll end with this, just 3 points. 4 recommendations. Members of the task force should be residents of the city. Members of the task force should be vetted for their experience and investments around reparations issues. Members of the task force should demonstrate abilities to engage community members in civil and mutually respectful conversations. And lastly, significant funding up to $500,000 should be allocated this year for community-based and independent pedagogy and mobilization around reparations. I'll submit my full remarks to the council.
Thank you so much, Reverend Dr. Peterson. We'll come back to you when we do a second round of questions.
Sure.
I'm sure my colleagues have questions for you as well. If you know that you've signed up for public testimony, we'll go into that process and then resume our questions from my colleagues. First, I have Clifton Brathwaite.
Guess I'll use the chair this time. Good afternoon, Council, Chair, and body of the Council, the Boston Task Force, and the local task force from our community. What a joy to see so many young people in the community. My name's Clifton A. Brathwaite. I was once known as an activist, but the community decided to call me a statesman. I speak for the unheard voices, and as far as the task force and reparations, my goal is to focus on education. I have submitted to every counselor my opening statement, so I don't want to tie up time with that, and I will be emailing everyone tonight on our overall overview. I stand in solidarity with TPA, the People's Academy, and we all know the trades are very important to our community. But I want to know, I have here commitments and support from counselors of the past and future. But what I want to know now, when it comes to reparations, what is your key on education? And will programs like TPA or other programs have an opportunity on the educational end to be a part of the conversation? We have a great opportunity here in Boston to show the country how we get things done. This is not about bashing each other. We all might have different views and different point of views, but I truly believe as Bostonians we can work together by putting our differences to the side. What I'm asking right now, respectfully demanding right now, is really who is with us to bring education to District 7, Roxbury, the heart of Boston.
Thank you.
In closing.
Thank you. That is your time.
All right. In closing, we work collectively together, we will make change. And as my word and as my bond as a Bostonian, I will not stop till we really bring and bridge this gap together. Thank you for this opportunity, even though my time got cut short. But we have enough people online
Thank you, Mr. Brathwaite. That is
and
your
in this
time.
building that understand what we're doing.
Sharon Hinton next.
The pressure won't stop from my end
Your time
at all.
was not cut short. Thank you. Ms. Hinton, thank you so much for joining us today. Please introduce yourself, your name, residents if you feel inclined, and start your testimony.
Thank you. So I have a statement that I'll read. Good afternoon to council people and President, Chair. My name is Sharon Eaton Hinton, a Black American, descendant of enslaved Black Americans in the United States, native Bostonian and executive director of the Black Teachers Matter Incorporated nonprofit. Civil rights, reparations, and immigrants is what I saw as the title for this hearing. And my understanding is the hearing was called regarding the Reparations Task Force, as initiated by members of the Boston City Council and commissioned by Mayor Michelle Wu. I'll first make a statement and then ask some questions. I am part of the generation that fought for, died, struggled, and were jailed seeking civil rights, voting rights, human rights, women's rights, and against the Vietnam War. And while I recognize the need to address the racism, oppression, and injustices perpetrated by white supremacy, segregation, agents of the U.S. government, and white citizens who are self-appointed gatekeepers of Black bodies, I'm of the opinion that any redress concerning reparations should be focused solely for the initial harmed parties of descendants of formerly enslaved Black Americans, also classified during Reconstruction as American freedmen. When we use the term Black people or folk or BIPOC, that can be used to include people at the table of a party they didn't pay for, die for, struggle for, or build. I agree that there needs to be accountability and transparency as we move forward in addressing the myriad of issues concerning reparations for descendants of those held in chattel slavery, segregation, and de facto segregation for over 400 years in the United States. I also am of the opinion that reparations should be more than the initial promised 40 acres and a mule, and include local, state, federal government overall, even though reparations in Boston is the current focus of this task force. I believe the community should be involved in the entire process, especially the decision-making. Yes, I'd like to know why meetings have been canceled, communications have been limited, truncated, and not as inclusive as it could be. In addition, how we all do that, sorry, who we is defined as, and where we go from here after this hearing has yet to be decided. Hopefully, we will all gain insight and valuable information from the presentations and testimonies from this hearing, the research, and future community engagements. I'm almost done. I suggest that all means of communication, not just primarily the website, be used to inform the community at large about meetings, RFPs, and decisions. When meetings have been canceled or rescheduled, some explanation may help the community understand and/or support the task force and hold the task force accountable. In addition, a better understanding of electoral and political interconnectivity of the task force and other stakeholders may assist the public and community in understanding the complexities concerning the various entities involved in the issues of reparations. I have a question about whether the Boston City Council wants to insert itself or has inserted itself in the oversight process of the Reparations Task formally. And finally, as regards the immigrant demographic being included in the issue of reparations, that would be like me organizing and paying for a family party, and other people show up, didn't pay for the party nor organize the event, yet they eat the cake and expect all the benefits of the invited guests. Many have invited themselves to this party, seeking a piece of the pie or at least a crumb from the table they didn't build or pay for. Research and further study will show while civil rights has benefited everyone, and immigrants includes more than just Black people, reparations should be a private party designated solely to the initial harmed party, more than just cash payments, and clearly understood, defined, and executed, with the initial harmed parties at the table leading the charge, directing the conversations, and deciding the incomes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Eleanor Williams. Thank you, Ms. Hinton. Mr. Breathway, I will allow you a second round if you need to further. It feels like testimony is more like 3 minutes than 2.
I feel like I'm racing, about to join a race. And
take a deep breath. Welcome.
Thank you.
I will do my best not to rush you. I'm extending the time to 3 minutes, and if you need a little bit more, we'll come back a second round after we hear from my colleagues to a second testimony. There, Mr. Brathwaite can speak again if you like.
Thank you. I have a working definition of reparations. It's the recognition and identification, it's one that I worked on, of historical racial harm enforced through laws, policies, and inequitable actions by the hands of governing bodies at the federal, state, and local city levels, and by private individuals and entities over a people due to their race. Reparations involves compensation equivalent of exceeding the level of harm caused to the victims, the dismantling of factors perpetuating the harm, and actionable steps that effectively close the education and wealth gaps caused by such harm. Reparations allows for those once denied, restricted, or limited increased opportunities for a happier, more quality life. The act of reparations to Black people in Boston, specifically surviving descendants of those Africans enslaved in American soil, by Boston, an enforcer and perpetuator, by the state of Massachusetts and the United States of America, should reflect and repair the level of harm caused. My name is Eleanor Larissa Abdulhalik Williams, formerly Johnson. I am a surviving descendant of Africans enslaved and brought to this land by force. For me, this isn't about a textbook. It's not about research. It's not about a task force getting the story right. It's personal. It's my story, and it's that of my loved ones. You see, my hands, as a child, these hands touched the hands of a woman, my great-grandmother, whose hands touched the hands of a slave woman, her grandmother. As a child, my eyes looked into the eyes of my great-grandmother, whose eyes looked into the eyes of a slave woman, her grandmother, Mama Charlotte. Through Big Mama, Mama Charlotte and I are intrinsically connected, and our outcry for reparations starts with her and has landed on my lap. 5th generation. My name is, I said that, I'm sorry, see, I told you I was nervous. My father, Jacob Collins Abdulhalik, who turned 79 years old tomorrow, God sparing, is a surviving descendant. My great-great-grandfather was a white Irish slave owner born in Dublin, Ireland, who owned slaves in the United States. My father's great-grandmother was one of his slaves. For those of you who don't understand what centuries of slavery and freedom without equity looks like for Black men, women, children, and families across the centuries in this United States of America, in the state of Massachusetts, and in the city of Boston, let me break it down for you. My great-great-great-grandmother was denied the right to read and write. She was forced to bear a white man's name and work for free. Her daughter made a living washing the dirty garments of white folks, with my grandfather playing at her side. Her daughter, Big Mama, picked cotton all day in the hot Texas sun for chump change, with my dad as a child picking cotton at her side during his trips down south. My grandfather, Big Mama's son, migrated from Texas 79 years ago to Boston, Massachusetts, away from the Jim Crow laws, away from the sights of Black men, women, children lynched and hanging from trees. His pursuit for a greater opportunity for him, his wife, and 5, later 10 children, all still alive. His son, my dad, born, raised, and residing in Boston. My dad, who grew up shining the shoes of Malcolm X, listening and watching him and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. speak and fight for equity for the masses of African Americans, listening and watching 2 historic men who both resided in Boston, 2 historic men who both became martyrs for the cause. My father, who was age 9 when the U.S. Supreme Court finally ruled that U.S. state laws establishing racial segregation in public schools are unconstitutional. I'm almost done. Me, his daughter, 5 years old at the time, preparing to enter the schools in Boston at the same year, 1974, that the court ordered the desegregation of Boston public schools. My 5-year-old niece, of whom I am the guardian, she is 5 years old now, recently enrolled in Medco and is now being prepared to ride a school bus for a daily 3-hour commute to Dover, Sherborne. I journey A journey I also took because Boston Public Schools has yet to get it right, has yet to effectively educate our children. MEDCO, an experience for whites to experience and have exposure to blacks. MEDCO, a necessity for blacks to receive a quality education because Boston Public Schools is ill-equipped to provide such for all. This is not just my story, it is the story of many. For many, the many who survived while so many others have not, and while so many others have thrived off of our bent backs. America, the state of Massachusetts, Boston, the city of Boston has reaped what it has sown, a wealth gap and an education gap between its white privilege and the oppressed of the oppressed. No, black and Latino immigrants. I said the oppressed and the oppressed. The many African Americans who are survivors and descendants of Africans like Mama Charlotte enslaved on American soil. New York has reportedly provided $15 billion worth of support to immigrants most recently. Boston has housed 450 on a whim right across the street from where I live in response to a crisis, providing food, shelter, education, etc. The cost, you tell me. The Million Man March raised $1 million in one day for every participating black man asked to give $1. The Mega Million and the Powerball can reach $1 billion in a week or two. That said, $15 billion for what my people and I have endured is a slap in the face, an insult. No, $30 billion, if that. Much more than that. But that's a start. And this city, for this,
I will allow
I'm finished.
I will allow you to complete, but we either have to go back into questions and then to public testimony. If everybody's testimony is about 10 minutes, we will not get out of here, and we are here specifically to talk about process. And I think that your testimony is necessary and so needed. We want to hear these stories, but I want to be practical about how to facilitate this process. Please, I'll allow you to finish, but just sort of a note to the audience, if you're going to give testimonies that long, we have to continue the conversation so that we can actually discuss the matter of the hearing, and then we can go into the stories. And I'm happy to stay and hear it. Please finish.
Okay. No, $30 billion isn't enough, but that's a start, and this city of Boston owes it. Thank you so much. My heart is beating, and it beats whenever I see a black man killed, you know, by the police and all of that. You know, it's not me. It's not my nephew. God forbid that it be. But what I'm saying is my heart is racing right now, and to be given this opportunity, I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me, you know. God knows what my blood pressure is right now, you know, but I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Williams. In the interest of time, I think the back and forth, I'll come back to public testimony. Let's go into a second round of questions. We have a couple of colleagues with questions, and then we'll go back to public testimony again, once again. Councilor Mejia, and then Council President Boucher.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the administration and our panelists, and more importantly, the community that is here. I am curious about, you talked about the policy team in the mayor's office. So for us who may not know who's who, can you explain to us what the policy team is composed of? Who are the characters within the policy team in the mayor's office? Because you said they played a role in the design of this. So can you help us know who they are?
Yep. So under the mayor, in the mayor's office, you have the communication staff, which you can imagine press, et cetera, social media strategy, et cetera. You also have an administrative team to ensure that payroll is paid on time, et cetera, et cetera. And then you have the policy team, who is in charge of moving forward the mayor's agenda and ensuring that all the policy that is coming, what's the right way to say it, of all the other 70 agencies that are across the city are also moving up so that they're speaking to one another. So we have our chief of policy, Mike Firestone. We have, I don't know.
How many? You
thank you. I was like, I can't name everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4.
5 people that are part of that department?
Five people who are a part of that department, maybe 6.
Okay, so you mentioned the chief, which is
Mike Firestone.
Okay, so can you talk to us about the level of engagement that was he heavily engaged in the process as the chief of policy? And what was that engagement like? What was his role?
He was as equally engaged as Chief Udawu and myself were. If you were asking for like specifics of how many hours, he does have a legal background, which was necessary for us to think about like what are the appropriate channels and frameworks for this. Most chiefs don't start, if you're asking specifics, most chiefs don't start documents themselves, administrative staff do, and so that's how it was started. But obviously, like, it gets edited, et cetera, by him and other chiefs. But yeah, I would say it was an equal amount of time.
Thank you for that. I'm also curious, we talked about replacements to the task force, and it's interesting because when we initially started, there was a larger number of folks, and it seems like now it's dwindled. And I'm curious around the replacement process. Can you talk to us a little bit about the mechanics regarding the replacements? Like, were there just appointments? Because, I know that the council participated to some extent with some recommendations, but I'm not sure what the second phase of the replacements were like, and what your process was for that.
They were appointments directly from the mayor, whereas the first round, to your point, we received recommendations from you all and the city council, and they ultimately were mayor appointments at that point too.
And so was there a reason why there was a shift in terms of, was it just for timing purposes that we went straight from the... So if I'm just talking more, I'm always about the process and the community engagement piece of it, because, there was an opportunity for us to, share with the public that this would be an opportunity for those folks who had been trying to get on. So I'm just curious if there was communication that was sent out. I may have missed it because, we were just busy. But is there something, when we think about what we could do differently, would there be something that you would do differently as it relates to the replacement process?
We could talk about it, but as it is the mayor's appointments, I'm not sure.
So I think there. So I'm just trying to. I'm trying to just. I see.
Are you trying to crack the Da Vinci Code? Are you trying
what are you trying to tell me?
So I think. Can I just say this? I do think, in part, by way of how we, certainly in the beginning stages, it was based on the ordinance, and it was recommended that there were, for example, young people and different voices. I believe we certainly want to still adhere to that component. Thus, Councilor, earlier, where we have 2 young people who are leaving, we are very intentional about making sure that 2 young people are replaced, certainly to continue the language and what was agreed upon relative to the composition of the task force. I just want to throw that in there because I do hear you, and I want to ensure that it is also recognized that based on how it was built foundationally by way of a mix, I dare say intergenerational, but also community involvement and participation, that we continue to adhere to that. So for me, particularly, the young people also are very important, and so to ensure that they are also replaced well.
And then in terms of each person's background and lived and or expertise content area, can you just talk to us a little bit about what that looks like now in your makeup of the current composition?
So I will say that certainly in the person of Attorney Feaster, certainly many of you know some of his work in community, but he has come with not only the real estate background and the legal background, certainly civil rights oriented and the like, so that's one. Each of the other task force members bring not only a specific community type of component, whether it be to the ones who are here, I'm not trying to put them on the spot, but we certainly have, again, in a person like a Lamerchi Frazier, who people note as a historian and one who understands the work and actually continues to build and share the narrative, so that people are very much involved in understanding their history, understanding exactly where they can also find out about the history while preserving the history. To the members here, certainly in the intergenerational component of a person like a Carrie Mays, who certainly comes with community activism, community presence, and certainly is very committed to ensuring that her generation of leadership and voice is part of the makeup. And certainly, of course, to I dare say, I was about to say doctor, but to George Greenidge, Jr., also bringing many years of community activism, many years of understanding internal, external political spaces, in addition to what you see now. Certainly Greatest Minds is his work. So I only say that to say, and I know my time is up. That's the timer, right, Counselor? I'm sorry.
My time is up.
No, that was me, right? Okay, well, anyway, I just want to finish by saying, to the extent that we were, try to be as intentional as possible to ensure that we have that type of makeup.
Yeah, my time is up, and I appreciate I do have other follow-up questions.
Absolutely.
But I want to be respectful of the space. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, do you think, was there a reason why only one of your task force members showed up to the panel?
Meaning as in?
As in only Attorney Feaster? Was that by choice, or could I bring Ms. Lamerchi to the panel?
Oh, no, of course, you can bring her.
Of course.
Could you join us, please? And who else is here?
Carrie.
Mays and George Greenidge.
Would you care to join us, not to put you on the spot?
Our decision was just respecting their time too, so.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll address them accordingly to questions that we have.
You good? Okay.
Thank you so much. Council President Lujan, you have 8 minutes.
Thank you again for those answers and responses. I have my first question, and I think I had mentioned it previously, that there is the Grassroots Community Engagement Partnership, which should be working with nonprofits to help support the work that they do. And I think I heard you talk about it, Advisor Nelson. I think it's a great opportunity to support communities, especially Black communities, in the way that folks share the stories of and the history around the legacy of slavery here in the city of Boston and Boston's role in the transatlantic slave trade. I have heard from community members and from some community leaders that the amounts of the grants aren't sufficient. And so, and I know that it's at $2,500 up to $25,000. Can you talk about why that amount was chosen? What is the vision for what that will do? And how are you, if you haven't heard that feedback, how do you receive that feedback, and what more you think you could be doing?
So, thank you, Counselor, for that question. This is a round one, if you will, with the hope, certainly, to continue this going forward in the next phases of the work. And so, again, hearing that type of feedback, which, again, we also heard, our intent was to certainly begin this and to really incorporate community, and hopefully, again, in the second round, even to the extent of dollar amounts shifting or the like, but this was to make sure that we started this process incorporating community. I will say that, we were also trying to ensure that every aspect of community, there's some persons who who are suited to receive some of those larger amount of grants, but there are others who this might be their first entry point as well. So the goal was to ensure that we were able to meet the need of both and.
Okay, and so for those that are they working with they may not have the capacity, are they working with the fiscal sponsor? Is it that sort of thing?
Yeah, we had a total of, you know this better than me, 30 some applicants, 40 some applicants, and we helped everybody become a vendor too. Exactly. Whereas many of them were not vendors before, so that's sort of the entry place that Lori's referring to.
Mm-hmm. And how did people find out about the grant? Like, what was that outreach process? What did it look like? That was you, Chip? You did that?
Yes, I did my work.
Okay. Awesome. I'm wondering, thank you. We've been joined by the task force members, and I just want to thank you for your work, because I know that I said the same thing to Attorney Feaster, that this work is work that you all care about deeply on a personal level, come at it with your different areas of professional expertise. And I know that even within African American community, folks who are descendants of slaves, that there are sort of people approach the topic of reparations differently, even if you are a reparationist. What is your assessment on the work that the task force has done in terms of community engagement? And I'll allow everyone, if my time will allow, I'll allow everyone. I also just wanted to clarify, and I'm not sure, I think there was a question about who the ordinance was inclusive of, or who this hearing was inclusive of. And Madam Chair, if you'll allow, the name of this committee is Civil Rights, Racial Equity, and Immigrant Advancement. That's just the name of the purview of the committee, of the jurisdiction of the committee. And I've heard this from other folks too. That's the name of the committee. So the committee can hear all sorts of things, but this document, this docket, and this task force is specifically about reparations for the descendants of enslaved Black folks here in this country. So I just wanted to clarify that this docket specifically is about that, while this committee, where the City Council has, I think, 22 committees, has a broader jurisdiction.
Madam President, if you can clarify your question, and before that, before they answer, if each task force member can introduce yourself, your position, and then proceed, and I'll allow everyone to give their response. Mm-hmm. Your question again?
Oh, my question was regarding the your assessment as task force members of the strengths and challenges so far of the community engagement efforts on a topic that is as important, that we get it right, even if you're supportive, there are different approaches to what reparations look like. What is your assessment thus far of the community engagement efforts that the task force has engaged in?
We can start with Ms. Greenidge, introduction.
I would love to start.
Oh, and sorry, I should have, I just chipped
or
Mr.
ladies
Greenidge.
First, all right? Your name, your position on the task force, and your response.
Hello, my name is Carrie Mays. I am on the Reparations Task Force. I am on the subcommittee of community engagement, also recently the chair of community engagement for the Reparations Task Force. It is a new role that I have just accepted. My assessment is that we are having conversations of exploring what autonomy looks like for the Reparations Task Force members and power dynamics when it comes to the relationship between the city, the staff, and the Reparations Task Force members, so we can cohesively work better together. Because I think that we came into the process, one, it's new, this has never been done before, and because of that, we're encountering challenges that we've never seen before. So my personal assessment, we've done the community grassroots partnership grants and contracts. But personally, if I can speak individually, I think that we need to do better. And there's a lot more work to be done. And I know that I take full accountability, even though I am not the I can't speak for the collective, but I do take full accountability, and I want the community to know that you are heard, that all of your issues and your concerns are valid, and that I, as well as the rest of the task force members and the city, will do our best to implement those concerns. But I think in terms of the assessment, we need to do better.
Thank you.
I'm Lamerchi Frazier. I am a task force member, a Reparations Task Force member, and I concur with what my colleague has just iterated. As a committed member of this community in Boston and looking at my responsibilities as an educator and a historian, I felt the need for this task force, which has no blueprint to its operation, to devise a process by which our populace became more aware, more conscious, and more informed. That is a part of my commitment that I've had over the past 35 years. I was formerly a resident of Jacksonville, Florida, where I grew up under Jim Crow. And the harm that I have witnessed and understood compels and drives my work as a historian and an activist. And as such, in Massachusetts, one of the achievements that I would like to say I can point to is that as a director of education for the Museum of African American History here in Boston, that I was the first museum educator to be awarded from the Massachusetts Social Studies Council the award for dissemination of over 500 years of Black and Indigenous history. And I felt that our community deserved to have that. And so the changing of frameworks and standards in Massachusetts was a part of my work, and 16 years of teacher institutes. Because if we're not beginning at our youth, with our youth at the level of 4 and 5 years old, we are defeated. So education, for the gentleman who formerly testified, Mr. Braithwaite, that education is at the core of what we are doing on this task force as a part of repair. When we look at the petitions that were done in Boston in the 1600s, 1646, Black people could bring, those who were enslaved could bring petitions to the court. How many of us know that? Reparations has been in existence since that time. So in accordance with the members on this task force, and in tandem with them, my efforts are to attest to our long-term, at least 4 centuries of work, the acknowledgement of us as a people, and the continued collaboration that we will need from all of us to make this reparations as a complex issue get to a point of resolve. I have also participated in the National Reparations Talks just about 2 weeks ago in Washington, D.C., and looked at the enormous complications that other cities in America are enduring in terms of what to do, when, how much, for what, when we think about the value, even if we assessed $1 for 10 hours of labor for 12 million people for 312 days, that's 6 days a week, over 400 years. What is that figure? So with that, I will pass the mic on, because I am very confident that with all our energy going together to be united in this cause, we can agree to disagree, but we have to move forward and advance this cause. We owe it to our ancestors, and it's regardless of the pay that we receive.
Thank you. Mr. Greenwich?
I am so glad to be here in front of the council, and I really appreciate the leadership of the council for putting this task force together. City Council President Ruzzi, please just repeat your question one more time so I can make sure I hit it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Greenwich. The question is, what is your assessment so far of the task force work when it comes to engaging the broader community in this reparations conversation? Some may say that it's premature because the studies we need to make our way through their studies, but I've attended community meetings where community doesn't feel as though the task force is trying to engage in a way that is genuine and centering of a lot of folks who have fought for this reparations conversation to happen. So just wondering what your assessment is so far, the strengths of the task force, community engagement work, and some of the challenges that may lie ahead.
Thank you.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't allow, I mean, I extended the question to the task force, but Reverend Dr. Peterson, if you'd like to respond, I think that, and if the chair would allow, I know I may be over my time.
I just want to say that from the day one, and I know my task force members here and city administration know that I've been a total proponent of the community being involved in this process from the day one that we even started. I think sometimes, many times that my requests have been overlooked and not even heard. And so therefore, I've tended to send out my own critical emails to get the word out, which really shouldn't be totally my job, but this should be a job of the city staff to do so. But I also think back about my great-great-uncle, Reverend James Greenwich, who founded St. James African Orthodox Church in Roxbury. They lived on Clifford Street and Holborn Street. And my family, about all the different works, they were strong Garveyites out here in the Boston area, and just think about their long history of trying to build community. And that's a voice and a history that is not actually shared. I also think about being on Mission Hill in the 90s, 89 specifically, when Charles Stewart killed his wife and blamed it on a black man. And for me to be able to see the Bennett family, neighbors, to actually receive a public apology and being able to have now their stories told, these are the untold stories that are not being heard in the greater Boston area. And I think a lot of my work has been trying to hear about the word of intergenerational poverty that has happened in black communities in Boston, and why people haven't been able to successfully participate in the economy. One thing about the task force is that I think it's kind of like the play Waiting for Godot. And I'm going to have my students Google that. Waiting for Godot is about this process where two men just sit there and go on and go on and go on about the policy of the day, and waiting for somebody to come and just save them. But the real positive piece about that play is that the answers are with the people that are on the task force. Is that we need to be able to be autonomous and be able to really have a strong point about what this reparations looks like as a autonomous body. And at times I feel that it's not autonomous at all, that we have lots of different thumbs on the scale at times.
Thank you. A moment, please. Can you, to the administration, can you respond to that? Why aren't they given autonomy? Do you know where this is coming from? What is going on with the power play? The task force members are expressing that they don't have enough autonomy to execute.
We've had many conversations to address those feelings and concerns and realities. It is hard for me to answer that question. The decision was to create a task force within government. Therefore, it is our responsibility to ensure that it happens. Part of the work that we're doing right now with all, and we didn't get a chance to get into this, is with all ACES consulting with Dr. Atia Martin to help us get at the power dynamics that Carrie was mentioning earlier. I've talked to my counterparts in other cities. There isn't a blueprint, as you've mentioned, on how to operationalize this important work. And so for us, it was important to bring in an expert in power dynamics, in organizational development, to help us figure out next steps. Because we get it, and we're also staff members that work for a government. we need to make sure that like the money is being spent responsibly, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, and that we're following procurement law, and there are many things that bind us that we must follow. And so, yes, there are moments in which there are disagreements, and we are trying to work through them right now.
Thank you. We'll get back to exactly how those bureaucratic red tapes are restricting autonomy in a second. But Reverend Dr. Peterson, if you could continue responding to Council President.
Well, I'll say this, that hopefully my initial comments have emboldened members of the task force to speak frankly. They've spoken frankly to me individually about what I can describe as dysfunction within the task force that reflects the politics of the fifth floor, the politics of the mayor's office. You know, there were activists who started in 2018 that brings us to this point, probably before some of you councilors were elected, in terms of creating this body and creating this task force and creating a group of Bostonians, indigenous, smart on the issues of reparations in particular. Carrie, I trained. Chip, I know it's been around. But the task force does not reflect, this is, I think, where we have the problem, indigenous leadership, authentic leadership, trusted leadership across the board. And if
Can you identify the members specifically that you feel are not indigenous or are not qualified because of experience? And you said local. Those three things, those three categories. So Carrie, you're saying okay.
She lives in Boston. I think she's been trained around
Mr.
reparations.
Greenwich, okay.
Lives in Cambridge.
No, I live in Boston.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I grew up in Cambridge, though.
Okay.
So that's a mistake on your part. But who else?
Chairman Feaster lives in Stoughton, I believe.
Stoughton, and who else?
I'm not sure where Lamergy lives.
I live in Dorchester.
Mercy lives in Dorchester, so she's local, and she seems very
Yeah,
qualified.
it is local, and it is qualified. And by qualified, I mean, yes, have some historical knowledge in terms of reparations, but also...
By it, do you mean she, Ms. Lamergy Frazier?
Broadly speaking, Councilor, I
No,
believe
sorry, excuse me.
Mhm.
Can we wrap up the points? Because if we're going to state things on record.
I think, yes, I think the two members who have left, David Harris was a Cantabrigian. And I think the other member, Ms. Greenwich, Dr. Greenwich, lives in Medford. So as I recall, the 4 out of the original 10 members were not living in Boston.
Okay, please
at the
continue
time.
with your
And
response.
I think that's problematic. So the point that I want to make and emphasize is that one of the reasons why we're here today is because of activism from people on the ground. There needs to be, the administration needs to be responsible and respectful towards the integrity of the work that others have committed themselves, so as to produce a product that approximates their expectations. And what we're hearing on the ground, and what I've experienced, is that the committee that's been created is in fact dysfunctional and not responsive in any reasonable way that would reflect what was expected back in 2018 when we called for reparations, we called for this task force. I'm somewhat embarrassed for Mayor Wu, to be quite frankly, that she would choose a member of the task force who has gone on the record to state that he doesn't believe in reparations. How is that respectful at all to the community activists, Carrie and Aziza and many others, who have put their reputations on the line, spent many hours protesting, trying to get the attention of the administration and the city council. City council has been responsive in many ways in terms of the apology, in terms of the Faneuil Hall resolution, but we've run into a roadblock where there is no communication, no outreach. I've never heard from the administration around reparations. I lead the most potent reparations organization in the city, recognized around the nation. I've never heard from anyone in the administration in terms of what might be a good direction to go in. And then lastly, I think what is problematic is the pushback, the rejection of a robust community engagement process where I had conversation with Chairman Feaster, and we subsequently submitted a proposal to the city that would fund independent, outside of the task force, but working in parallel with the task force, organizing around reparations, pedagogy, and reparations mobilization. None of it was responded to. That proposal was sent to the mayor's office, to which we could never get responses, and it was sent to the city council. That also underlines some of the dysfunction that we see expressed in terms of relationship between the community and within the task force itself. All very good people. I know most of them on the task force, professional people, but they've been put in an environment where they have experienced a great deal of frustration.
Hold that thought. Thank you. Council President, did you have a follow-up?
I have one question, actually. Thank you, and thank you for all of your responses. Thank you to the task force members. Lamercia, I always find you to be recentering, and thank you for recentering on the importance of this moment, even amongst like the different ideas out there about the how, that the why and that it happens is incredibly important. My question is for the administration, looking at the ordinance that created this task force. Section 15-12.3 states that the powers of the task force shall be an independent body, but will be staffed by a city department and staffer. And Senior Advisor Nelson, I know we've had one-on-one conversations about what the staffing will look like, because what I'm getting and what I'm seeing is like a desire for more autonomy than what is actually people are experiencing. What does a staffing look like for the task force now? And what is your vision for what the future, and I want to make sure that I read the exact language because it's important that I get it right for the record, what it says. But yeah, while I make sure that I have that right language, if you could answer that, I think that would be helpful.
Thank you for that question, Council President. So the current composition of the staffing includes...
Okay, so the task force will be an independent body and be staffed by a city department or staff members designated by the mayor. So it allows you that flexibility. So is it a city department right now or staff members designated by the mayor? And what is the vision for what that relationship looks like in the future?
So it's a both and right now.
I won't be a literalist and say
no,
that
I hear
it says
you.
or.
I hear you.
Yeah.
So we have, again, from the cabinet perspective, myself and Chief, as some of the core members of this staffing construct. Again, as mentioned before, from the policy space, There are 2 other members, Maya Getter and Ajay, who represent policy. And then we also now have certainly our policy and research analyst from Racial Justice. Her name is Maggie Corman. She is part of that team, in addition to, of course, from a communication standpoint, I was looking because I thought she was in the room, but she may have left, Martine Magno, who is our communications director. That is your infrastructure currently.
As for the future, because right now there hasn't been a single full-time staff whose only purpose is managing the project. There has been all the bodies you've heard putting in 20-30% of their time together. We are in a new fiscal year going to be posting per position for 2 years for somebody to manage the project itself, because that is one of the major challenges that we've had as an administration.
Okay, thank you. And I believe we had talked about that, Senior Advisor Nelson. So that's what I sort of wanted to make sure. And like, hopefully that person can help, you know, if there is unease, if there is tension, if there is dysfunction, that there is a person who can help navigate that, someone with deep background on the subject matter, who knows how to work with community, who understands the politics of this building, but understands the importance when it says in an ordinance that we passed here on the City Council that it shall be an independent body. That's incredibly important. It's hard, it's politically hard as well, but it's important because I think, like Lamerchi said, this moment is, and the possibility of this moment, you got to do the research, the legal, I'm a lawyer, that's important, but the possibility of this moment is too large for us to lose to chaos. And so I want to thank you all for your service. And I also think that, I'm just going to say this, is that I think that sometimes because of the deepness, the depth of our hurt and the depth of our pain leads to often, sometimes, valid criticism and sometimes hyper-criticism when we want results. And I say this as someone who is Black in America, born in America, but not myself a descendant of enslaved persons here in the country. Understanding the depths of the hurt makes people want a solution right now when there are reasons legally that we want to make sure that we have it buttoned up. And I understand that this position hopefully will allow us to create a better sense of autonomy and for community to have more buy-in to the work that the task force is doing. So thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to piggyback on Madam President's point about the staffer. So after the most recent task force meeting was canceled, the task force issued a public announcement stating that it is working on making changes in the process, including hiring the full-time staffer we're talking about. With the job description being posted in July, what will the qualifications be and what's the salary?
Can I look up the job description?
Oh, sure. We'll come back to you. Meanwhile, my colleague will have her questions, and then we'll take a few more public testimony, and we'll just sort of go back and forth like that so that it's fair exchange of time.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to, I love to see all of the folks that are here. The table keeps getting bigger. So I think it's just important from a historical perspective for me to just know on the record here the how we got here and why it's so important to make sure that how we got here centers where we want to go, okay? And I want to lead with how important it was when we were organizing and meeting in community with Dr. Peterson, with Embrace Boston, with the NAACP, and other community leaders and stakeholders in this conversation, was that there was a mandate that the task force is an independent body because that independence allows the task force to be fully expressed without any fear of any type of retaliation or any ramifications, right? And so I think, and I hear and I appreciate why it's so important for that to be named here in this conversation, because so much of that independence that you are seeking, right, it gives you the opportunity to be fully expressed. And that includes also when there are things that are not working well, to be able to have those conversations and hard conversations and honest conversations with other counselors or with other community members. So I just want to thank you all for your courage, for showing up in community the way that you have, because it has not been easy to show up in spaces sometimes when you haven't been set up for success, where you haven't had the resources to get the information out on a timely fashion. But you are the task force, so you are the ones that are receiving the wrath of the people, including my own when I showed up at that hearing and was like, what? So I just want to know that some of it is infrastructure, some of it is also because everything was happening all at once. And on top of that, there was this also the issue of onboarding the task force members. One of the things that, and I think it was Aziza's in the building, yes, during the development of this was incredibly adamant about making sure that the task force members were compensated for their expertise, not just their time, understanding that that expertise was part of because we could not have a task force on reparations, and this was a point of tension that we had to fight for, because that is not the norm. Commissioners are not, we know this, Chief, we went back and forth about how we can make this happen. And as a result of trying to create something that didn't really exist in terms of infrastructure, there was some delays with those payments, right? So everything has been a situation that even some of the task force members may have not felt supported. So naming all of those things, here we are now. The here and now and how we're moving forward. And I think one of the things that I am curious about is, we talked about in the ordinance that the task force shall, in partnership with additional scholars and experts, research documents at the City of Boston's role in historical ties to slavery trade, to the slave trade and institutions and legacies of slavery. That's a lot right there. But I'm curious in your selection process, in terms of the RFP that went out, the role that the task force played in the creation of the questions, and the implementation of the RFP. Can you all talk to me as task force members, your level of engagement and input that you provided to this document?
I'll begin. We were a subcommittee that thought through the process of what the questions would be, setting up a rubric by which each applicant would be assessed, and then moving on to the schedule of what their application, when it would be required, by what date, and what was then evaluated by a group that was the subcommittee to interview, to make assessments on the interview, the written presentation, and their ability as experts to cover the period of history. And I felt, as one of those people involved in the subcommittee, that the process was fair, as best could be, because it's all subjective when we think about some of what can be assessed. In terms of the expertise, looking at those who we knew were already involved in these periods of history in Boston and had gained reputation for and had some credentialed expertise in those areas. Those were things that we could rely on, and that they had some level of productivity in terms of written documents and publications. When we think about, just for instance, if we looked at the period from 1940 to present, we're looking at Dr. Margaret Burnham leading that team, and she's already working with restorative justice in America. So when we talk about the kind of evaluative comments that they made, it was applied to the kind of expertise they had, and then it also showed us what we might need in addition to that, like in economics and data. So I think that the process was well vetted.
Great. And then one area that I'm just curious about, because when I think about experts, you know, and I'm very sensitive to this because I am, I feel like experts is also a word that, well I'm an expert of my lived experience. Hello, I'm an expert. I'm just curious about the voices of those folks who may not have a degree or a pedigree or some sort of like credential, but very much so are able to help inform and provide some context to which the RFP process could, you know, they could help inform it.
That was one of our considerations also. And it was met with the idea of having oral historians and community input. My colleagues can certainly chime in here, but that consideration was taken into account and considered on the level of on par, in some cases, with what was called an expert.
Okay.
We have also historians who are in the community to be recognized.
Got that. Carrie, you wanted to say something, and I know my time just...
Yes, as the chair of community engagement, I think that it's very important to note that you cannot institutionalize a grassroots movement, and I say that all the time, which is why it is important that community is equitably invested in to be able to do the research and the work that they've been doing. I heavily advocated that we redefine or reconstruct our definition of what expertise means. As a young person who I don't have a degree yet, and there's a lot of young people who have been doing this work, like Harrison Clark, who doesn't have a degree yet, but has been equivocally yoked in community doing the work. And also, it is a privilege to be educated on racism through academia versus being educated on racism through your experience, which is why I think that we have heavily considered, especially I want to champion Chip George Greenidge for his work with the community grassroots partnerships, grants, and contracts, because that is the part of the reason why we, as for community engagement, said, you know, the RFP is great, doing research is great, but we have grassroots activists, organizations who is doing this work, and they don't have a degree, but they deserve the funding. And I look forward to exploring more conversations and advocating that they receive more funding to be able to do the work. Because, you know, if we leave this work on the basis of academia, we're also leaving this work on the basis of the same curriculums of white supremacy that made the education around reparations. So including, you know, making sure it's not academia expertise based was something that some of our task force members heavily championed.
Hi, I just want to put for the record that as of May of 2023, I did introduce the community kind of grassroots grant program, and much to the chagrin of the board, of the board chair and the administration, that it was not been able to be moved at all until this May. So originally my thought process was that in the beginning, that at the same time as the RFP was going out, that the community should be engaged at the same point. And so that was the original thing. It just sat in committee. It was never moved. And so that was actually moved in May of this, May 2024. So it's just a whole, just want to be clear that that was introduced a while ago to kind of stop some of these processes.
So as a follow-up question, so it almost took a year from the idea, May 2023, to the implementation, May 2024. So, and this would be more for the administration, was that a capacity issue? Was that a funding issue? What does the task force need right now in this moment for that type of support?
We're getting what we need for FY25. In FY24, we did not have what we needed in order to execute 2 major programs at the same time, the RFP and community grants.
And you have enough to? She's the boss.
Sorry.
Councilor.
What is that budget?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
For reparations, it's $350, and that is inclusive of the
Sorry, be specific.
$350,000. Sorry, $350,000.
Is that including the stipends and
Yes.
the programming?
Yeah.
Okay, because we asked for 500. Okay.
Yes, the proposal from the community was $500,000. And we would appreciate the city council and the administration to be so lenient as to grant that. And the $500,000, I think, really should be arranged in a way where there is independence in terms of perhaps a lead nonprofit. And I'm not proposing my group, but it should be independently dispersed to another group nonprofit who could disperse those funds without any of the heavy lien of the 5th floor or even the task force. So I appreciate Dr. Greenwich's foresight. I think I made the same proposal to Dr. Feaster around the same time. But it's
Thank you.
okay. Thank you.
Can I get my mic on, please? Thank you. Could we go back? Can you break down that budget, what it's for, the $350,000? And did you propose $500,000 according to the ordinance, but then, or according to our recommendations, the council's recommendations, but then you got $350, or was it just a number that came from the mayor's office or the OBM?
That was just our need to be inclusive of stipend, an extension of the stipends, because per ordinance, the work is supposed to be done this June. That is not where we are. So we want to continue to pay our task force members for the work that they're going to keep engaging in. That is also going to be inclusive of the project manager, who is essentially that has been the biggest gap from where we stand. This conversation around autonomy, et cetera, has been just we have not had a single body focused on this only.
Did we find out the job description and the salary for that body?
So I have that.
And could you tell me in total how many members will you be paying and how much each for the task force?
We're going to be 10 in FY25.
FY25, you'll have 10 members.
Yeah, we currently have 8.
Okay, you currently have 8, but you're reaching for 10. And how much each do you pay them?
75.
As members?
So each member, Madam Chair, gets $7,500, and then the chair.
Per fiscal year?
Yes, and then the chair gets 10.
Got it. And then the chair gets 10. And then, sorry, that position again, the full-time position?
We have it starting from 70, and depending on experience, go up to 90.
So a range from 70,000 to
90,000.
90,000 annually. Thank you. And this is a salary position, full-time?
Yeah, for 2 years.
Specifically to work hand in hand with the task force?
Correct.
Got it, thank you. And then in the announcement, it has been stated that task force held 2 retreats to discuss communication and functionality concerns. Can you tell us about specifically what was discussed during these retreats and what the outcome of those conversations were? Just one person from membership or administration.
I feel like that's a...
What was discussed in the retreat? Did you attend the retreat, Carrie or Lamerge? Did you attend? Please. What was discussed?
First of all, there was a facilitator.
Yes.
To delineate the relationship of the task force to the city administration and to vet what that meant to all of us and how that relationship would then proceed. So there were questions about how we were functioning, how we wanted to then realign and restructure our positions to make this much more impactful
Is that
for what we
where
need to do.
you discovered that the autonomy is restricted, or was this always a sentiment?
I think that there was no unanimous voice about that in terms of autonomy.
Ms. Mays, would you say that that was how many people had that sentiment of the members, of the 8 members?
I think there was general,
Sorry,
to be
Ms.
fair.
Ms. Mays, sorry. Ms. Mays.
Go ahead.
I would say 3 to 4.
About 3 to 4 people said, we don't have enough autonomy, we're restricted, this is supposed to be an independent body.
Mainly
What's
2
going on?
mainly 2 to 3. Mainly 2 to 3.
Who expressed it?
Expressed that, yeah.
But overall, about half of the 8?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. We're going to go to public testimony and come right back to this conversation. Please hold your thoughts. I think this is very productive. We are just going back and forth. I don't think that anyone here is the enemy on opposing sides. I just want to recenter us to say conversations are important, transparency is important, sincerity is important, right? So in order for us to make this a fruitful and productive conversation, let's lay it all out. You guys know that I'm not shy of any conversation where, and I'm sorry if sometimes I have to bounce from this process or this public testimony and questions, but if we're patient, if you like to go on recess, grab something to eat and come back, I'm invested. So we're not trying to rush the process, okay? We're just trying to get informations accordingly. So if I can go to public testimony, sorry, Chief, did you?
A question that you asked about the job description. So
Yes,
I gave you the salary, and then when it comes to, and this will be public starting in July, at least 3 years of experience or equivalent in local government, racial justice advocacy, related fields, deep understanding of Boston's landscape, history, being able to engage with external partners, etc. So we do not have any academic, if that was a question, we do not have any specific academic experience.
The experience entails?
Yep, so we have, so the line says at least 3 years experience or educational equivalent in local government, racial justice advocacy, law, policy, or related fields. A bachelor's degree is preferred, but not necessary. Experience with boards, commissions, or task forces and management is also preferred.
And management, thank you. That's helpful. Thank you so much, Chief. Can we go next to public testimony? I'm going to read the next 3 people that I'll call down, if you can be ready to come down. Reggie Stewart, are you still here? Reggie, if you can make your way to the mic, please introduce yourself, name and residence, if you're okay with sharing. Then Miss Angela Francis, then Jonathan, is it Belant? I'm sorry? Diabeline. And Antonia Edwards, those 4. Mr. Stewart, please introduce yourself. Thank you. You have the mic.
Thank you. My name is Reggie Stewart. I'm a Dorchester resident. Just wanted to first thank Councilors Anderson and Mejia for your advocacy around reparations.
Mr. Stewart, could you move closer to the mic?
How's this? Oh, much better. Yeah, I just wanted to thank Councilors Anderson and Mejia for your advocacy on reparations, your solidarity with the descendant community. I think it's a model for the country, to be honest. Thank you, Lori, for being accessible. I know for a lot of Black people in Boston, finding their municipal government accessible is quite the challenge. And as we're talking about transparency and accountability, this isn't a dig at any individual per se, but there are definitely logistical and systemic issues that are just clawing at us. Up to this point, there's been 8 meetings held. Out of those 8 meetings, only 2 have video recordings of community feedback and testimony. Public notices for meetings until recently were often given at the very last minute. There's been numerous cancellations with little to no notice without any real explanation. And because of that, a lot of people feel that the city has been doing the bare minimum to meet its obligations under the open meeting law. And when I look around the country, I see detailed accountings of reparations meetings, recordings, documents that are easily and fully accessible in cities like Asheville, North Carolina, Evanston, Illinois, Providence, Rhode Island, San Francisco, California. And when you compare the care with which other cities and towns have archived this important conversation that hasn't been had since Reconstruction, and you see the way the city handles it, logistically speaking, the Boston Reparations Task Force is a national joke. And it may sound like I'm complaining, but I'm not. I'm confused. And I'm sure a lot of people here share that confusion because there's a lot of questions that no one's really seems to be able to answer directly. And I see a huge gap between the legislative intent of the sponsors of the ordinance, the council that voted unanimously on that ordinance, and what we're seeing playing out here. And I guess the quite burning question, I think for everybody, is like, who exactly is in charge here? Like, who do I go to if I have a question or an issue, or if I want to say thank you, or this is going right? Like, where does that buck stop? Fine, yes, there's an email, but that doesn't really help. Like, who schedules the meetings? Who sets the agenda? Who's responsible for recording and archiving? Who holds task force members accountable for chronic absenteeism? Because that is something that we've seen. Who was responsible for, in my view, was the disastrous rollout of the Grassroots Partnership Program. I'm happy for its existence, but in what world is 3 business days enough for an average Bostonian to submit a proposal and to register as a vendor, especially without a 501c3? Now, as someone who's connected to the ADOS Empowerment Project, all I had to do was push a button. But the average Bostonian does not walk around with a 501c3 or a fiscal sponsor in their back pocket to turn out something like that in a matter of 3 days. So how are these community voices to be heard? And I'm even more disappointed, finding out that this was introduced in May of 2023, and then it's dumped on the community at the last minute. And again, logistically and structurally, this is like the most callous, irresponsible, dismissive process that I've seen on any subject. And in my view, I think it's symptomatic of Mayor Wu's administration's attitude towards Black people and their issues. Because like when I run down reparations, I look at housing, I look at the BPDA, I look at elected school board, it seems the mayor has this attitude that I don't have to listen to Black people. and that the things that affect them is not something that I have to take seriously. That's just how it looks. So I say again, who's in charge? And when I hear everyone here, I get the sense that when it's time to ask the questions that need to be asked, I get the sense that people's hands are tied. So I'm hoping, counselors, chairs, task force members, advisors, chiefs, whatever, if your hands are tied, tell me how. How can we untie them together? If there is someone tying your hands, name them so that we can deal with them together. Because, to make this a success, I have your back, community has your back. And just one more thing that President Lujan spoke to in terms of, it may seem like a cart before the horse as we've not got to the recommendations, but she brought up a very salient point in terms of how do we craft recommendations and policy in light of recent lawsuits, recent Supreme Court decisions, specifically Harvard and UNC and the Students for Fair Admissions. I think, again, in terms of the legislative intent of the council, understanding that this is a specific, narrowly tailored conversation, and I think if we keep our eye on the ball in that regard, focusing on the fact that the United States, vis-a-vis Congress and the Reconstruction Amendment, has the authority to eliminate the badges and instances of slavery. I think if you keep your eye on the ball in that regard, that we can get around concerns around, the Equal Protection Clause, pending and inevitable lawsuits. Because I'm pretty sure when y'all roll out something, somebody's coming. But that was pretty much all that I had, and I thank you for your time, counselors.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Stewart. If we go back and forth, we'll never get out of here. Did you have a response?
I just wanted to acknowledge, so I think some people they may have to leave. I didn't want to be disrespectful. That's all I was going to say.
No worries. Let's do a time check. Who has to leave when? No problem. Thank you so much for being
Thank you
here.
so much for your work.
I appreciate you.
Your brilliance. Both of you have really persevered with us, and we really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you to community also.
We appreciate your work. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just want the record to reflect I will have to leave at 5:30. I have to attend to a family matter.
I understand. Thank you so much. All right. I asked them to see as possible. Can we see Miss Angela Francis? Miss Angela, by policy, by practice, testimonies are typically 2 minutes. We've given folks time with salient points to make, but 10 minutes each, you can understand, is we're not going to get out of here, and it won't be fair to those who haven't been heard. How long do you think you'll need?
Can I
3
begin?
minutes max.
Can you hear me? Good. Thank
3
you.
minutes max.
Oh, thank
That
you.
was a question for you, Ms. Francis.
Okay.
Ms. Francis, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
A question for you.
I got it.
Will you do it in 3 minutes?
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
I don't really like to sit down, but I've been sitting all afternoon. Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Angela Francis. I am a fourth generation. And as a City of Boston resident, and my children have been the fifth generation Boston descendants of American freedmen. My ancestors hailed from Africa by way of abduction, trafficking, and kidnapping. Those same individuals unwillingly endured extreme atrocities. Between 1525 to 1866, 12.5 million African Americans were forcibly transported from their homeland to fill labor demands in North America, South America, and Caribbean colonies. 10.7 million Africans survived to the New World at that time. It is believed that African slaves arrived in Massachusetts in the 1630s, and slavery was legally sanctioned in 1641. Massachusetts residents actively participated in the slave trade. With some of the history I have just shared, I am astonished that to this day in the city of Boston, that I was born as a descendant, I was born of African American slaves who became freedmen, still have to fight for justice to prevail in this city. As our city councilmen and women, I believe that you are to advocate for your constituents, as you are doing presently. I am here to ask that you advocate for my rights as a born citizen in this city of Boston, as a constituent and descendant of African American slave who became freedmen in the United States of America. The appointed task force and research team needs time to be allowed to complete their work. In order for a baby to be born, it must go through a gestation process. And I believe because of the complicated nature of this issue, it is imperative that you speak to the the original harmed parties, especially since we are here and ready for you to communicate with us. Lastly, to be clear, there is not an individual that is in this by themselves. I'm more than happy to stop.
Ms. Francis, you're too kind. Did you have a last sentence to close up?
Well, I want to make this very, very clear. There's a huge community of people out here. They should be the ones talking to you, talking to the task force, not one individual, not nonprofit organizations or a leader from a nonprofit. There should be the people. Just like there are a whole bunch of people out there right now, we should have the people always talking with you all the time. Not one person, not one organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jonathan? He had to leave? All right. Ms. Antonia?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to do my best to speed it up. So, I just want to say thank you for allowing me to speak. I really thought that all the city council people will be here because I wanted to give reference to the fact that I became accustomed to the city council people 2 years ago when Saskia and Aziza and I came and met with each one of you to introduce you to the verbiage of American freedmen. And I thought that everybody was really receptive of that. I thought everybody was really receptive of that at the time, and I could tell that because of our petition, the verbiage was put into the audience, and I want to thank everybody for that. That's what I really want to do first. I just want to say thank you for allowing me to be here, and I want to also give a lot of kudos to the task force and the task force members. It has been a very hectic and tumultuous time, and I think that there's a lot of high expectations from people in the community with regards to their directives for them. However, Rome wasn't built overnight, and there is no blueprint for reparations in the country of the United States. So I want to say thank you. I represent American freedmen. They're my ancestors, and there are a community of people who are American Freedmen Coalition that represent the 4 million emancipated slaves. I am a descendant of them. I want to make it clear that there's no reparations or negotiations with direct involvement, without the direct involvement of the descendants and those who are originally harmed. Furthermore, I just want to say the ones who determine the harm and how to be compensated are the American freedmen. To date, since I've been involved 2 years ago, there has been no communication, collaboration from City Council or relevant community organizations that are consider themselves leaders in the community with American freedmen or anybody who references being a descendant of slaves. And I find it very discouraging, disrespectful, and disheartening that when we reference our historical legacy and lineage, we're often shut out, ignored, and avoided. And I'm just telling you from my own personal experience, from emails, from being, I go to every meeting, and as soon as I mention American freedmen, it's like I have the plague. So if the ordinance is truly about the descendants of U.S. slavery, why are we being avoided? Why aren't City Council people shouting about American freedmen so that we can get the community involved? The community doesn't even know who they are, because we're not advocating for that. We're not speaking that language in the community. And it shouldn't be that the City Council only gears towards one organization. And so I have invited City Council to every event that we've had and have been ignored, and that's for the American freedmen. So I'm just going to surmise real quick. We as descendants of freedmen have never demanded $15 billion from the mayor. It's not representative of anything that we ask for, and that's a misconception in our community, because we have a lot of people running around asking us, what's the $15 billion for? And we've never asked for that. And so we are the original harm party. And so we need to have that conversation at the table so we can tell you how we want to be prepared and what compensation that may be. Also, we're not in a money grab. We're not looking at this as being a financial reward or repair. There's tangibles that we're looking for. Nobody has ever came up with a detailed report on line items as to what we're going to do in the community, whether it be a park or a playground, a monument or memorial. So it's kind of disingenuous and very egregious to ask for cash only. There's been 2 sets of cash values that have been asked for in the community that represents reparations, and to us it's totally disrespectful because it's our lineage, our ancestral, and if you're going to talk about the reparations and the traumas and the badges and incidents of slavery that our ancestors have endured, you can't sit at a table and not without us being there and without us telling you what we want to be repaired. So I'm just skipping over this really quick. Instead of asking for funds, because we're saying no funds for reparations until the research team completes their report, at which time we want to be able to sit at the table and tell you how we want to be repaired and what's a fair compensation. Instead of putting money out there to the community or for people who are demanding cash reparations, we're proposing, and we have asked, and people have ignored us, to open up or create the Office of Freedmen Affairs. We are freedmen. In order for you to understand our legacy and our lineage and who in Boston is American freedmen, you would have to put this together anyway so that we can start registering people and getting genealogy and finding out who actually is American freedmen. So we're asking to that be done immediately so that people can understand who they are. And as a part of reparations repair, the genealogy would be that. That's what we're asking for. If you look at the package that I gave everybody, the
Ms.
QR...
Edwards, I'm going to give you
Okay,
a minute.
if you look at the package, the QR code is on the flyer.
Is a minute enough, Ms. Edwards?
Yeah.
Thank you.
If you look at the package I gave you, the QR code's on there. So I just want to say, let us adhere to the language of the ordinance that clearly states that it is for descendants of slaves in the U.S., American freedmen, free men, free women, descendants, and free people. And so to not do so would be unconstitutional, and not have us at the table would be unconstitutional. I want to thank everybody again for this opportunity to speak on behalf of my ancestors, lineage, heritage. I look forward to collaborating with any of you, as I've always asked and have been shut down, turned away, or ignored, to make sure that we have an education in the community. So I just want to say this from the bottom of my heart. There is no education in our community on our heritage. And nobody's interested in being educated, whether it be council people, politicians, people who are making decisions on behalf of us. And my team has always made themselves available to educate. And until we get that education in the community as to what American freedmen stands for, what the badges and incidents of slavery are that created the stain of slavery, we're not going to be able to come together. Everybody's miles apart. Everybody's working in silos. So you have some of your major organizations in the community who consider themselves leaders who don't even reference descendants of slaves, who don't reference American freedmen. And so I don't want to be spoken for. I know neither does a lot of people who have this lineage. And so I just think that we all have to be educated on, again, the badges that entered the slavery, that created the stand of slavery, and American freedmen. And we need to have politicians say American freedmen, and everybody say American freedmen, or the descendants of slaves in the U.S. in order to get this out. And that's what I'm asking for.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Did Harrison, I saw him leave, right? Harrison? You're going to take, no, we can't, sorry, hold on. There are other people in line. We want to be fair to the process. Donald Ward? Is Donald here? Is Saskia here? Yes.
Can I just get a recess for the young people? I did promise them. This is how many people's first time in City Hall? Please raise your hand. All right. Give it up for them. But I also did promise them that they'll be able to go hang out with Donna Summer, Roxbury's native, at 5 o'clock. So I want to recess them.
Donna Summer's outside.
So I do want to recess them.
I'll be recessing myself for that. Thank you so much to all of the greatest minds for being here. You guys are absolutely amazing to actually involve yourself in such an important conversation. Continue to do great work. We'll see you soon. All right, take care. Thank you. All right, as they're making their way, Ms. James, give us just a second.
Oh, okay. So cute.
Instead, I'm just going back to questions, and then I go back. I'm bouncing back. It's reparations, I can't match this. I'd like to just go through this list and then do questions thank you, Ms. James, and then we'll go back to Harrison.
Hello.
Ms. James, I'm going to have to start being strict about the time.
Oh, I'm brief.
It's now 5 o'clock, so sorry.
3 minutes is more than enough.
Thank you so much.
Yes. So first, just to clarify, I know a lot of people have definitions about reparations, but here we have to keep it defined by legal definitions. And so when reparations is being applied by the municipality according to law, you have to use human rights and reparative justice. It's not restorative justice. Actually, the chair, Joe Feaster, misspoke when he said he was on a symposium for restorative justice. It was a human rights and reparative justice symposium put together by Northeastern University, the CLEAR team, which has a contract with the Boston Task Force. So it's very important that we understand the difference between restorative justice and reparative justice. When you have reparative justice, people who are not the harmed parties cannot create programs for other peoples. Essentially, you can't operate as an overseer over people who have been harmed. The people who have been harmed have to actually own their healing process. So it's very clear. And reparations is only applied when there's gross violations of human rights. So again, this is about human rights, not racial justice. It's not race-based, it's human rights. and it's not civil rights. So we really have to understand the legal differences behind that, and I encourage that for the task force members as well as the admin. I know this is a very racial equity. You're saying you're looking to hire somebody, racial equity. No, it's not racial equity. It's reparative justice and it's human rights. You cannot unpack or repair harm from institutional racism using race-based ideology. Race-based ideology was born out of chattel slavery within the US and is a part of European eugenic philosophies. This is on the website of the Museum of the National African American Museum. So all of this stuff you can look up, you can get, I can send you the links, I can give you all of that. The second part is that the city needs to be explicit in who is seeking reparations from. You're saying the transatlantic slave trade. You really have to acknowledge American freedmen. You must. If you're saying that it's the transatlantic slave trade and the global south, which is in the notes that you're conducting research in the global south, well, that's Central America and South America. So are you including immigrants on this in reparations? And so there's lack of clarity coming out of the admin team when they're posting. Who are you seeking from? When you have contracts going out for community engagement, it needs to be, you need to clarify the ethnic groups. You should not have, immigrants receiving contracts to be community archivists over the American freedmen community. That we're not asking to have overseers over each other. This is to repair harm from a settler colonial state, not for us to go ahead and start oppressing each other. That's not moving in solidarity. So we really need to move and repair harm. And I've sent a much more detailed email to all of you guys, but my time is up.
Thank you. Ms. James, not to rebuttal anything you've said, but Mr. Feaster did use both terminologies interchangeably, but I really appreciate the clarity. Let's go on record and say this is what it is. I really appreciate that. The other standpoint is that the City of Boston has a responsibility to, in terms of abiding on a thing legally, so the responsibility is to first open without making assumptions, so the city then says, let's actually assess and study who this impacts and not actually presume who would impact. So you would see that the city has not acknowledged because they're pending studies, pending research, and so I'm very interested as well, and I take your position of acknowledging America Freedmen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Harrison Clark. Hi, your name
Hello.
and your residence, if you'd like to share. And
Thank you.
Your testimony. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Harrison Clark, resident in Mattapan, Boston. Good evening. It's now evening. And I just also want to uplift the importance of centering the ethnic groups of which have been harmed and who we're looking to repair in this process of reparations. American freedmen, descendants of slavery here in the United States, are the main focus of who we should be looking at and who we are looking at in our reparatory process. Lineage-based policy is the only thing that is going to stand up legally, as there's a legal framework for this instance. And I sit here in this building on stolen land in this settler colonial state as descended of enslaved people. My family has been in Boston since it's been Boston, pretty much. And my mother's side of the family comes from the South, in Mississippi, Virginia. So I stand on the shoulders of giants and people that have come before me. And honestly, the process that the city has taken in conducting the task force has been questionable at times. The way in which information is disseminated from the task force to the community has not always been streamlined. There are definitely ways to improve that process and make the task force members a lot more easier communicating with the community, because half the time they also express frustrations with the information that they're being given from the top down. So we really need to come together. This is a process that the city truly believes in. It should be a process that starts from the community of which has been harmed, and built its way up. And that's why I had to shout out Carrie Mays, because Carrie does a great job of informing the community, getting out there, speaking up, and informing everybody on when these meetings are. And also Chip has done a great job in putting some really great recommendations forward for processes and procedures that should have been adopted. I'm not sure if all of them were adopted at the last meeting, but I read all those. Most of those were really great points and would really help things run a lot smoother. I just want the city to take its thumb off of the task force and let them do their job, let them have an actual conversation with us like human beings. We come from places where we have a cultural understanding, and that's getting in the way with basically the city wanting to do things by the book. And it's a book that is basically written in white supremacy and racism. So if we're really about this, let us be about it. If it has to be a community effort all the way through, the community has definitely shown up today. We'll continue to show up, and we're gonna get what we're owed. It's a debt of over 400 years to the people who have been. My ancestors were not immigrants; they were imported. We were commodified as property, as inbred, as cattle, as animals, and even when we fought for our freedom wasn't given to us. We fought for it every single day. We took back our freedom in the smallest ways possible. Even when we were still in chains, our freedom came through in dance, in music, in stories, in food that everyone enjoys because of our giving to the American people, to the human race. And our stories deserve to be told. They're being told every single day. And reparations is something that descendants are owed and which are coming to us. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciated how you closed out with, how in the different ways that you've expressed your rebellion to achieve freedom in small increments and up to now, and the importance of being culturally competent to facilitate these conversations, that you are the experts to hold these conversations. They should not be policed, especially with white backdrops or managed by way of white supremacy culture. Thank you. I want to allow our panelists to give just sort of a response, if you have one, by show of hands, and then we'll continue our public testimony.
I just want to go on record to formally acknowledge the American freedmen terminology, which has been echoed in community. So I just want to say that moving forward, the task force definitely needs to take into consideration and implement the significance of American freedmen and acknowledging that lineage and ancestry of history.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Moving on with our list, I have Aziza Robinson Goodnight, then Edwin Sumter, then is it Kevi Canty? Reverend Conte, and then Heather T. Michael. Heather Cook did that twice, okay? All right, so, okay, and then finally back to Clifton. Ms. Robinson, good night. You have 3 minutes. Thank you. Your name and residence, if you'd like to share, and your testimony.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is, evening, whatever. My name is Aziza Robinson Goodnight, and I'm a local and national reparationist who's committed her life to the work of reparations. And when I speak about committing my life, everyone and every effort that has been around the country that has been noted here, I'm either friends, colleagues, shared cries with those peoples from around the nation. It's just been really sad to, really push hard here in Boston and be behind the scenes, be called crazy, be called all these sort of things that have blackballed me from doing the work. But I'm going to continue to be here. I'm going to continue to stay strong, and hopefully I can continue to do the work. So I start with saying, esteemed members of the Boston City Council, the Reparations Task Force, the mayor, I've already told you my name. I stand here today to emphasize the urgent need for Boston Reparations Task Force to thoroughly conduct research, engage with community, and provide recommendations to address the critical areas of health repair, wealth repair, education repair, justice repair, and personhood repair for the American freedmen community. The American freedmen community has been deeply scarred by the historic injustices of the transatlantic slave trade in America. These injustices had led to profound disparities in health outcomes, economic outcomes, educational opportunities, access to justice, and recognition of our basic human rights. The American freedmen community is not only dealing with the traumas of our past, but we are also facing erasure in this present day. There is a debt that is owed to the American freedmen community, a debt that must be acknowledged and repaid through reparative action. We cannot turn a blind eye to the suffering and systematic oppression that has continued to plague our community. We must act decisively to rectify these wrongs and provide the necessary resources and support to uplift and empower the American freedmen community. With constant threat of impending war in this upcoming presidential election, as Black people in America, we do not have the luxury of allowing diaspora conflicts to divide us. The plight of the American freedmen community is intrinsically linked to the experiences of all Black people who have entered U.S. territory. Our struggles are interconnected, and our liberation is bound together. If we do not take immediate and decisive action to address the injustices faced by the American freedmen community, these cycles of harm and erasure will only perpetuate and continue to affect us all. I apologize, I need one more minute. I implore the Boston City Council, the Reparations Task Force, the mayor, and all community members that have been present and fully present in this work to ensure the Reparations Task Force and ensure the necessary research, community engagement, and recommendations are conducted and implemented as this process goes along. We must take bold stance against injustice and commit to healing and repairing the harm inflicted upon the American freedmen community. The time is to act now. Thank you for your attention, and I appreciate the work of you all.
Thank you so much. We'll hear from Edwin, but there's just one person waiting online, and I think they got discouraged. The other folks got discouraged and left. But typically we like to respect the people that are in person and then go online. So Edwin, we'll hear from you, and then we'll go to to online. Please introduce yourself, residence or affiliation, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Edwin Sumter, and I thank you very much for this opportunity to address the Boston City Council. I am a native Bostonian. I'm also the co-director of the Boston People's Reparation Commission, but I sit here before you today, most importantly, Edwin Sumter, African-American resident of the city of Boston. I have seen my community go through much as the city has evolved, whether it's housing, law enforcement, finance gap, education gap, environmental, healthcare, life expectancy gap. These are some of the issues that the neighborhoods of Black Boston have become accustomed to having to deal with. And despite the best efforts of many wonderful people, including those right here at City Hall, the struggle ensues in Black Boston. Now another issue that only recently started to receive attention in the past 10 years could be the most emotional and personal issue to every Black man and woman living in the city of Boston and throughout the United States who can trace their ancestry back to enslavement. It is an issue that directly impacts all the aforementioned issues. It is an issue where the feelings and emotions can truly only be appreciated by being African American. That issue is reparations for slavery and injustice. For many in the Black community, reparations means hope. Hope that atonement for the past can help us with what we want to do with our lives moving forward, but it's also a recognition of respect and appreciation for our ancestors, those who lived under hellish conditions none of us would not even dare imagine. So if the Pandora box of slavery and reparations is to ever be open, it needs to be done with a certain degree of seriousness and respectfulness. That is the least our community should expect. Since March, Mayor Wu's Boston Reparations Task Force and the entire reparation process has the community wondering how serious this effort is to be taken. The number one question is, when am I going to get my check? But the number two question I hear is, Edwin, is this serious at all? Is this really going to happen? Is this serious? And that's a sad statement. Considering the Reparations Task Force has not had one community meeting in the last 3 months, you could almost understand the question. There has not been one meeting held to discuss why the report to the mayor that many thought might happen over the summer may take to the end of the year. Not one meeting to discuss the appointment of a senior advisor who once made the comment that Bill Owens, the late Senator Bill Owens and his reparation efforts was, quote unquote, the single worst decision of my political career. Not one community discussed the reparation process since April. Why does the Black community of Boston get left out of an issue that's about us, for us? Where is the community engagement from the city? I'll end here. The Boston People's Reparation Commission held a monthly meeting every month since October 2023, so it can be done. We have conducted press conferences. We even had an event in May that drew 500 people and close to 200 testimonies in support of reparations. And believe me, we did that on a shoestring budget compared to some of the money I've been hearing floating around this afternoon. Several months ago, we submitted a proposal to the City of Boston to enter a partnership regarding community engagement, only to receive no response. But out of respect for our community, and I keep mentioning community because I know everybody is in here, if we have one thing in common, I hope it's this. It's the community. The people who live in Dorchester, Roxbury, and Mattapan, the African Americans, they shouldn't have to come here to Boston City Hall to finally see 6 or 7 Boston Reparation Task Force members together for the first time in 4 months.
Thank you.
We urge the council to address these issues so that the city finds success regarding these reparations. And I'm going to end with this. We all need to remember this is about the community. There are people who, once they hear these words, really want to see something happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll pause there and come back. So I am looking at the ordinance, and just for clarity for some of you who testify, and just to go on record, the amendment itself reads, the City of Boston Ordinances, Chapter 15, shall be amended by adding at the end thereof the following new section and subsections. Section 15 to 13, creation of task force to advise and support proposals for reparations for African Americans in the City of Boston. Section 15 to Section 13.1, task force established and purpose. There shall be established in the city of a task force to be known as a task force on the study on City of Boston reparations to the descendants of formerly enslaved Black people, again referencing African Americans, descendants of enslaved people. The task force's work shall include several phases, and task force shall make meaningful efforts to include community engagement with residents and community members in each phase. Then it goes on to breaking down the role in the historical ties to the African slave trade and institution and legacies of slavery. Then it breaks down the different phases, phase 1, 2, and 3, and so on. And then in section 15 to 13.2, it breaks down the organization. It talks about the different types of people that could be members of the task force: policy experts, community elders, and youth voice, historians, historical expertise, or people that have either historians or with historical expertise, academics or persons with academic and institutional knowledge, but not restricted to one category. These are just different types of backgrounds that people may have. The mayor shall designate a chair from among the task force members. The task force will be an independent body and be staffed by a city department or staff members designated by the mayor. And of course, you know, I'm happy to share the document if you don't have a copy. Anybody here who attended or online viewing this, feel free to email me, and I'm happy to send you a copy of the ordinance itself. And so I did have more questions, obviously, for the administration. And again, for the people that are on the list to testify, I will restrict it to those who have signed up already. Reverend Conte, T. Michael Thomas, and I have online Pamela King, and then we said we'd give another minute or two to Clifton Breathwaite. And so for the remaining questions that I have in terms of the mini grants to the administration, the RFP for task forces mini grants were launched June 7th with a deadline of June 13th. How was that deadline decided? And is it aligned with the timeline for the RFPs in other departments? Oh, okay.
Hello. Okay. We worked very quickly to use FY24 funding to add. Okay, so how do I? For FY25, the intention was to do community grassroots partnerships. We wanted to do 2 rounds, so we used and reallocated funding from within FY24. That is the main reason I had to move so quickly.
I see. So, wait, you had some money you had to spend before the fiscal year ends?
Yes.
Okay. And how many vendors responded to the mini grant RFPs?
40s, 30s? Do y'all remember this? It's in the 30s, not more, 30s or 40s.
Thank you. How many of them were first-time vendors?
I will get that to you.
Thank you. What is the breakdown of the RFP respondents by race?
We will get that to you.
Thank you. How do you define reparative justice?
For us, it's what the task force tells us what this is about.
I understand. So if it's what the task force tells you, then did the task force instructed 100% to the mayor's policy team to write the RFP?
No, earlier I said that it was a partnership between equity, policy, and EOI, economic opportunity.
The task force is charged to do this work.
Yep. The subgroup started it, then policy team finished.
Why is the mayor's team having a say in the RFP for reparations?
Most commissions, task forces that you look at, the budget is attached to a cabinet. We have to follow procurement law, so it is on the city to spend the money. I think that is your question.
I guess there's a law that Councilor Mejia and then asked me to partner with her created. She created a task force specifically, and we delineated all of the terms. One of the terms is that the task force shall be an independent body. And then the other terms, in terms of, how people get appointed, that we share the process with the mayor 50-50 on appointing, that we send recommendations, but 5 of those people would be people that she chooses. The other half should be, but no, I think she's limited to minimum of 5. It says right here. The mayor shall appoint no fewer than 5 members.
Correct.
And so if the task, and then that we recommend 5 of our own, and then the mayor says, okay, out of these 3 that each councilor recommends, here's the other 5. And so basically, I guess I'm trying to figure out, how was that decided upon in terms of the partnership between the policy team and the task force?
It's unclear to me what the concern is, Councillor. I think the subgroup, the task force members, were a part of the writing of the RFP, and staff members who get paid by taxpayer dollars must also do our job. So we did our job to get the RFP through. Like, is there a question? I feel like there's a different question.
There is nothing in this law that states that the city takes some sort of partnership to write the RFP. And I'm wondering, why did Mike Firestone or all of the people you named, about a dozen, have any say in writing that RFP? How was that decision made? I'm not saying there's something wrong with it. I'm asking, how was that decision made?
Because we had the input from task force members, then community, and we just needed to get it through the finish line. It just needed to be done.
Councilor over here.
And I'm so glad that we're going back to my original line of question, because for me, it was really important to understand the process in which the administration was going through the RFP process, understanding that the intent and the way we created the task force was really to have the task force members and community really kind of be the key stakeholders to help inform and to really identify. And so when I asked the role of the policy team, I think that there might be a little bit of a discrepancy with Chief Firestone being in the weeds of work that task force members with profound lived experience and community, to just making sure that there was no oversight and overstepping, right? That if we're here to repair harm, the hope is that in preparing the RFP process, that there was no harm created because we had someone who is a white man, a chief of policy, participating in a process that was supposed to be community-centered and led. And that's why I asked the question about the makeup of the policy team, because these are opportunities for us to talk about repairing harm, right? And so if there is any discrepancies around how things got facilitated, then this is an opportunity for us to course correct, right? This is an opportunity for us to acknowledge that. And you know, I'm looking at some of the folks that are on the task force, many of which I've had long history and relationships with, and have a lot of great respect and regard for. And I'm really grateful for those appointments. And I also know there's a tension in terms of the level of autonomy these individuals are able to have, because it's really hard for them to be representing a task force when there is a perceived notion that they're not able to be fully expressed because there is this power dynamic happening. And I just want to name that as kind of what I've heard and what I've seen and what is playing out in the lack of trust that community has had. And one of the folks that spoke here earlier talked about, and I've been to some of those community meetings that were hosted outside of the community, the official Boston City Task Force, as opposed to others. And there is the dynamic is very different. And if the question still then becomes, with a budget of this amount, that there has to be some way for us to justify the who is really making decisions, who are the folks dictating the agenda, and we have to get to that in order for us to really feel like we are, this piece of paper, at the end of the day, it took us almost 2 years to establish a reparations task force, and it was not easy because it was not wanted.
Say that.
Okay? And just because it wasn't wanted, it is here. And there's a level of tension about, are we upholding this ordinance with fidelity in the intent that it was written? And that's why we're having this hearing, because there have been several things. One was the RFP process, and the other has been the community engagement process. But we're here now to get things on the record and to figure things out. So that's why I asked about Mike Firestone. And that's why I'm so glad that I have my official translator here, because sometimes my thoughts are all over the place and she understands where I'm trying to get at, because Mike, being a white man, has no business dictating. I don't care what your title is and what your position is and what your expertise is, but you are a white man doing black people's work. And that undermines the integrity of what we set out to do. And I just want to name that as a frustration that we've heard out in these streets. And I would not be who I am if I didn't articulate it in the only way I know how.
Thank you for offering the clarity. I knew there was a question in the question. I think I want to say one thing and then respond. My comment earlier around the question of autonomy, as somebody who does, government is new to me. I'm from a family who does not believe in this. I'm from Puerto Rico. We've been colonized and then given away. So the decision was made to do this within a municipality. Therefore, we have to figure it out. So this is the first time that I'm hearing actually the word autonomy, so it's actually great for us to be hearing this. It's the first time that I'm hearing somebody say it out loud. What is the feeling in the ground about what is the perception of who's leading or who's not? I will say it is, I want, for the record, as everyone's saying, if it feels a little shitty, and I'm sorry I'm using this word, there are many staff members who are actually working really, really, really hard on this project. And the feeling that Mike Firestone is the lead, when Mike Firestone, who's a lovely human being that has never been to a single meeting, has put in maybe 10 hours. So it does feel really shitty, and I want to just name that because there's a lot of staff that have worked very hard. And that includes black staff, that includes Latino staff, that includes Indian staff, that includes other staff that are not white. So I just want to say that because I at some point I got to protect the staff.
Well, and the reason why we are having this conversation, because this gives you an opportunity for the record to clear it.
Yeah.
So if Mike Firestone did not have any engagement in this process, then that is a good thing for you to be able to say in a public forum and get it on the record, so that that perception is not, because that has been the perception. And I wanted to name the elephant in the room because I tried to tippy-toe around that in the beginning. But I, out of respect and trying to be super mindful of all of the dynamics that are happening, but I think it's important to name that tension, and I think that there's something for us to learn here in this process about perception, right, and accountability. And I'm glad that you're hearing autonomy here, because there is an appetite for the members of the task force to step into that power and really dictate and direct and engage in a more meaningful way. I think that's what I'm hearing from folks. So thank you for being so honest.
In the bad words.
And you're lucky that President Lujan is not here, because you'll get gabbled out right now for swearing in public.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. So I want to, thank you. I want to just redirect us back, just so that we are on focus in terms of what we've gotten accomplished here today so far, in terms of next steps, and then we'll finish hearing from public testimony. So from our conversation here today, we heard about the timeline in terms of the task force being established, and then starting people getting sworn in December of 2022, then February 23, task force beginning, community feedback came back around July 23rd, RFP was put out August 23rd, then a bid around September 23rd, a month later. That took 3 months into it, and then the contracts were actually awarded as a result, after reviewing the RFPs, 2 applications in February 24. And now, obviously, they're gonna go to work. So far, in terms of community engagement, here we've read that the ordinance, in terms of what this amendment entails, and it delineates that who is impacted, who should be impacted, or what the study is actually looking for, who should be included in the task force. It does not, unfortunately, list out demographics, and it should, but it does say about community members and other types of background or expertise and experience, but it does give the task force what the task force shall do. And I think that's important for us to go on record to explain, in partnership with additional scholars and experts, research and document the City of Boston's role in the historical ties to the slave trade and the institutional legacies of slavery. That B, assess the City of Boston's action to date to address continued impacts. C, develop a community engagement process to openly and directly share the findings and information with residents and community members. D, collaborate with the administration and City Council to recommend next steps for truth, reconciliation, and reparations, addressing the City of Boston's historical involvement. And then it specifically specifies that the body, the task force, is an independent body, but we heard here from task force members that there is an issue with autonomy, the task force being policed, the task force being restricted, bureaucratic red tape stopping or restricting processes, at least half of the body, which a total of 8 members, but 2 or sometimes 3 very inconsistent attendance and lack of accountability to those who are attending. And I think that that is the part where legislators ourselves should be getting involved. And just to respond to some of the concerns that the community had today in terms of how city councilors can do our part. We're legislators, we're charged with, creating policies and hopefully passing law. And that also, we are also the legislative body as the accountability body. So we can bring hearings and resolutions to the floor to discuss concerns, community concerns, so that we represent our constituents. So I look forward to moving this process to further deliberation with community. I think a listening session is important to fully understand and get a better picture in terms of what's happening, a partnership with the People's Reparations Commission, and looking at how we can better be more inclusive and truly intentional in terms of who are making the decisions in order to address the concerns of those who are truly impacted, according to the ordinance as it was originally written. And I think there's a conversation here about timeline, and if we're going to be intentional, if we're going to be truly effective, then do we need more time? Do we need to take our time in order to do this effectively. Reverend, you have the floor for your testimony, and then we'll take final comments from the panelists and my council colleague, and then we'll close out.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Councilor. Good evening, honorable members of the City Council, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Anderson. My name is Reverend Conte Thorpe. I am a Dorchester resident and a Boston voter. I serve in a senior leadership role with the Boston's People Reparations Commission, which is a grassroots organization known across the globe. The city owes this recognition to my colleagues, the commissioner, and Reverend Peterson, the founder of this organization. I have been an activist for decades in this great city, in which I love. I love this city very much. I have deep roots in the community, organizing process, and in politics. Yet I join you this afternoon as a minister of the gospel with deep concerns about reparations in Boston. My faith and work in the Black church compels me to testify today, along with my colleagues and many members of the city from the community. I am well aware that the focus of this hearing is to assess the city's task force, and let me state, I want to thank the task force for their work, some of which are near and dear friends of mine who have sit on this task force, so I thank them for what they have attempted to do. But I would be remiss if I did not cast my assessment with the eyes of faith. Jesus compels us to love justice and mercy. My Christian faith compels me to address this body with the concern that justice is not being done by the task force in light of a flawed task force member selection process, an RFP process that was miscalculated and delayed, and a lackluster community engagement process. The Christ I know compels me to say that with regards to reparations in Boston, the people who would be most impacted by the process have been underappreciated and locked out. This is a great concern of ours. I have been disappointed so far and urge the Boston City Council and the members of the task force here today to try their best to amend and fix the situation. It is not too late to fix this problem and display a real commitment to the process, and we do mean real commitment. The New Democracy Coalition has reignited the reparations process in the city in 2018 with its call for the name change of Faneuil Hall. We must complete this process by correcting what is now clearly broken. I encourage you to do all in your power to address these problems so that the deep inequities in the city faced by Black people in Boston. You have the power. Do it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. And now we'll hear from Ms. Heather Cook.
Good evening. My name is Heather Cook. Is this okay? My name is Heather Cook. I am a lifelong Bostonian. I'm a community activist and organizer, and in my career capacity, I also have 20 years of strategy and sorry, I just blinked because I haven't had water, strategy and project management. And so thank you for having this hearing today. I think it's important for there to be oversight because without that, the people don't have the opportunity to not only share their concerns, but also you having the opportunity to exercise your rights to get the answers to the questions that the people have. I also think that it's very important for us to be here, to be able to kind of understand what's going on. From a strategy perspective, I would just want to say from an optics level, I'm not sure if it's politics that are getting in the way, complacency, confusion, or what have you, but it seems like the task force members either aren't able to do their job or they're being hindered from their ability to do it because of whatever is going on. I'm not in politics, so I'm not sure. So I'm hoping that there's a process that's followed in a pragmatic manner that's inclusive of the community. I think it's very important for there to be community engagement, purposeful community engagement, because without that, and if there's these silos where there's all these closed-door conversations, nothing's really going to get done. And people are just going to be spinning in circles, and the people who have been hurt in the community and who continue to be hurt in the community are still going to be stuck in these spaces. And so what we really want to do is fill these gaps by, again, engaging, bringing the community to the table, and getting to the solutions, because if we don't come together, we're just going to have another year go by, and monies are going to be going into spaces that aren't going to be funding people that are within our community. We have people who aren't even from our community that are down the street that have received all this funding, but yet there's crumbs that are being served to our people for these engagement endeavors. So there's a concern, there's a need, and I hope that together we can find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. T. Michael Thomas.
Hello, counselors. T. Michael Thomas, the founder of the People's Academy. Today is a little different. I'm not here, I support the reparations, but that's my father and my great-grandmother, they're entitled to that. I'm here to talk about my own personal contribution, blood, sweat, and tears, that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the city of Boston has been benefiting from billions of dollars, starting with the Central Artery, Big Dig project. Also, the MBTA train stations. Also, the Millennium Tower. I'm only naming 3 of them, which you guys were given the brochure of my intention, my search for justice. I'm not talking about, like I said, my father's and his grandmother, etc., in slavery time. I'm talking about my modern-day lynching as a black man through my contribution for doing the work that I did, that the city and the Commonwealth right now is making billions on my blood, sweat, and tears. That's what I'm here to talk about. And I did all of what I did for a simple reason: to benefit marginalized, underserved people through the People's Academy, that those individuals like yourselves, because everyone in this building right now, in this room, is benefiting from what I did. You can look at the courthouse, the State House, Faneuil Hall, Clock Tower, you name it. But the ones that where the criminal acts had occurred, I started off with my search for justice in the first 3. There will be more in volume 2. But I will say this. The tower in particular, the Millennium Tower, and the reason I'm bringing it up, that was a $1.3 billion skyscraper. What's important? I got individuals who were street involved, court involved. The jobs, the general contractor, subcontractor, and the workers, the majority of them did not live in Boston, pay taxes in Boston or voted here, but they made the money on my blood, sweat, and tears. Think about that. And some of those individuals that I got to put their face on film, one of them is no longer with us because he brought himself. He trusted me because I told him, if you put your face on film, they're going to take care of us. You're going to have a better life and an opportunity. It never happened. Another one no longer can live in Massachusetts because he was smart to leave town. But and the mayor, the current mayor, voted against that particular project. The city gained $150 million plus for benefits, whereas Franklin Park got $28 million, the Emerald Necklace $11 million, Kennedy Greenway 6 Commons. I could go on and on and on. But yet still the People's Academy and the individuals, the marginalized people who put their blood, sweat, and tears on their face in public, took that chance, to this point has gotten nothing out of it. So that's why we're saying we want our justice now through the People's Academy to have a trade school that they can take care of ourselves. And one last thing, for Volume 2, after we went through an RFP process, Old Road in Ellington, a crime was committed. It's under investigation, and we have reached out. I played the evidence. I showed the evidence to the city council. It cost me out of pocket to put a team together, over $65,000. I have all my documents, my information, and I called the mayor to grow a spine and meet with us, or the Justice Department will, because a crime was committed when I took my hard-earned dollars to build a training facility for marginalized people in my community, and the process was rigged, and I have the evidence. Thank you, Counselor. Keep up the good work. You know I got you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, T. Michael. Is Ms. King still around? Okay. Ms. Pamela King, can you hear us? Ms. Pamela, are you muted? Ms. King, can you hear us? All right, we'll come back to her. Clifton, did you have a final comment? You have 1 minute.
Thank you, councilors. I'm 100% in support of you two ladies up front. But my blood for our community is real deep. I get calls every day from young men and women in my community, and they tell me to keep up the good job. I only have one thing in life. I'm totally committed to this. Not many people can say they did this work for 3 decades. I never missed a beat, not one election, not one outreach call in our community. I want to unify the council. I want to unify our city. And I will always be respectful. But I have a stance, and I'm strong in my belief in the Lord and the work that He asks me to do every day. I want us to come together, y'all, for real. Thank you for letting me come back up, Counselor, but I'm here, and I would like to see what I saw at Roxbury Community College. I was there when I was a young man, the fight that they had to do to get it to where it's at, and I would love to see, under your leadership in District 7, whatever it takes for me to support you in our city, for us to be this generation's next. Because in my generation, we only have New Edition, we have Ed O.G., we have whoever else. But I want to see something now for this generation to look forward to, because they're not inspired. They don't believe they can come out the rut.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. King, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself? We can see you, but we can't hear you.
Hello?
There we go. Hi, Ms. King. State your name and affiliation or residence, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Pamela King. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, and I represent the People's Academy, which is a trade school that was represented in a competitive bid to win an RFP for the property to build a trade school at the corner of corner of Quincy and Warren. That was not any property given. There was a lot of expenses paid to make their presentation for the RFP process at Old Road in Wellington, and that was stolen. Now we have a RFP process that he won again, and they're harassing him when nothing has been done to build Old Road in Ellington, and because the developer is white, they're not processing him from 2017 to the present, why he hasn't finished his project. But what I want to read to you today, which all of you have really already spoken, what Frederick Douglass and other philosophers around reparations have said, and I would like you to refer to the Stanford University Encyclopedia of Philosophy, which has a whole program of all the different ideas about reparations. And when I came to Pine Street and testified, I asked and begged as a public testimony for them to put more resources in getting oral histories from 1940 to the present, because that's going to take more time than a researcher looking at what happened in 1640. All you can do is read research, and I do that. I am a researcher, and you don't need 8 people to read the history of black slavery from 1640 to 1940. But you do need more of these people that have been paid to take oral testimonies. Kevin Peterson has oral testimonies from his bowling building. 200 people were there. When I was there at Pine Street, they have oral testimonies there. We don't have to do anything, but process the oral testimonies, transcribe them, and get busy with what the people are saying. And I want to speak to what Frederick Douglass said, because that's more important, because everything everybody else has said, I agree with in terms of the systemic racism that is in this process, and I'm telling you about the other processes that is in. It is throughout this city according to the 2020 Declaration of Racism as being an emergency, 2020, as far as the racism being an emergency and a public health crisis. An executive order said that every city department should be trying to find community organizations that will address racism. The People's Academy does that. They reduce recidivism, they reduce joblessness. They are the only people culturally competent to deal with returning citizens, to deal with jobless people, to deal with dropouts. And they're the only program that takes people over 18 or 25. And he has been ignored for 15 years and paid for this program out of his funds. So I want to speak to you from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy concerning harmful reparations. And I'm just going to give a little part of it. It says, but some right as
Ms. Pamela, your time is up. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Okay, and how much time did you give me?
I gave you a total of 5. You can submit the rest in writing. I'd appreciate to read any other further recommendations or details in writing. Please
Okay, well, I'm sorry they didn't give my time, that the other people from TPA did not use 2 minutes, but thank you. I will submit it in writing. But I know that Frederick Douglass, what I'm going to submit to people is Frederick Douglass' point about racism.
Thank
okay?
you. All right, take care. All right. I did have just a couple of questions that I wanted to put on record, or if you can answer them. If not, Chief, if you can submit them on record. You mentioned that the Reparations Task Force members would be paid total of $7,500 annually, with the chair being paid $10,000. When you do the math, if it's a total of 10 members, that's $77,000 and $77,500, remaining $272,500. And so I just wanted to get an idea of what those funds would cover.
A year ago, we got into this conversation because we did not have a budget to present to the task force. This year, we do have a budget to present to the task force. My hope is that we can collectively come up with how we want to spend that money. Last year, I did not come to the task force with an amount. But within that is going to be a part 2 of the grants that we just put out in FY24 will be the ongoing contract with Dr. Etienne Martin. Anytime we have an event, there's food, right? So all those cost different kinds of money, and then whatever the task force decides collectively.
Thank you. The advocates here today talked a lot about not being able to be, or their efforts to communicate or work with you not being reciprocated. Do you have any comments or plans to work with advocates and community members?
Yeah, I want to check in with you because maybe it got lost in our inbox of reparations.gov, but I want to make sure that we connect. Sure. But most of the external management happens through Lori Nelson, but I'll make sure that we check in and start documenting some of those connections.
Understood. And so Councilor Mejia has to leave, so
please.
No worries. It's been a long hearing. Thank you, Councilor Mejia. And so, like the other residents of District 7 and community members here that have testified, I'm concerned upon seeing that the 18 months of work on the part of the Reparations Task Force committee has so far only culminated a grant of giveaway for storytelling or oral history projects. So it does feel like, this may not be the only outcome of the Reparations Task Force Committee, but approving a disbursement of grant funding prior to any reporting to Black community is consistent with that of community members envisioning as an outcome. So I think folks are just looking for more in terms of thoughtfulness and inclusion. And I think we need to take a second look at the makeup of the Reparations Task Force Committee and look at, for Black residents who provide leadership to the committee as well as residents. And I think the demographics obviously represent all Black people, at least from what I can look at the pictures. But then the inconsistency on attendance, I think they're an independent body, but there needs to be some sort of self-governance abilities to be able to hold it accountable. If Chair Feaster is the chair, what does that leadership look like? And do they share powers equally? How do they vote on a thing, if that's a thing? And then residents want to see the reparations, for the sake of conversation, I'm going to call it RPF committee develop a report with a list of recommendations prior to committee disbursement of any funds, so that we know that the committee is actually making those recommendations before you decide on the monies. So for example, if this task force was created, it's specifically supposed to be an independent body to make recommendations, but then if you're alone deciding on that $272,000, then what is the point of having a reparations task force? If the work of the committee then is not done, how can the funding be dispersed? How do you move forward in terms of like looking at delineating just, processes or guidelines? A process that is not grounded in community will appear disingenuous, right, to community. So where there's already like little trust to government, you can see how, building relationships then can become an issue. And the first step is writing a draft report findings to making it available for viewing by Black Boston, and then residents who are descendants of slaves, obviously specific to those people. And then the report will culminate in a plan with specific actions to address discrimination and inequities. And then also a transparent process is the only way that decades of harm, centuries of harm rather, can begin to be repaired in the Black community. You hear a lot of, this fear or concern about the immigrant Afro diaspora being included and always being prioritized over the African American, specifically people, freedmen, people of descendants of slaves, enslaved Africans. I myself am an African, and my people was also enslaved. Obviously, Cape Verde was used as the port from which freedmen came from. However, here in this country, who we're talking about in terms of this Reparations Task Force is specifically freedmen in this country, not the African girl who then immigrated after centuries of harm. And so I would say, to Cape Verdeans or to immigrant Dominicans or immigrant anyone, that their reparations should come from their colonizers, should go to Cape Verde, and reparations should come from Portugal, should go to Dominican Republic, and reparations should come from Spain, should go to Haiti, and reparations should come from France. However, there is this post, level 2 of systemic harm that propelled from those harms of enslaved people or chattel slavery here in America and Boston, that then it impacted the Afro diaspora that then continued to immigrate to this country. But still, the African American people paved the way for us to be here, including yourself, Chief. You would agree that as a Latina woman, even white passing, it doesn't matter. As a woman of color who comes from Puerto Rico, that privilege and opportunity came from the backs and blood and sweat and tears and sacrifices and pain from the African American people, specifically freedmen. And so there needs to be intentionality in the language. There needs to be intentionality in inclusivity. There needs to be intentionality in ensuring, and I'm so happy, and I want to thank you for actually, complying with this retreat that they had and having the conversation, because I do see intentionality there. I see that you're saying, yeah, why not? Let's do a retreat. Let's talk about it. Let's figure out the problem. However, if complaints and concerns have gone on deaf ears or have gone on very busy agendas, and it's like, I have not had the time to actually stop myself because of this busy schedule, whatever it is, that we then slow it down, work together, figure out how we're being inclusive of those experts on the ground, specifically, again, freedmen, people impacted, and their descendants, and then figure out, or families, and then figure out how we can do this more preparatory justice, as opposed to just sort of pushing along a process just to say that it's been done. And I'm very saddened to hear from community, and I kept hearing it. I've been hearing it that Boston's Reparations Task Force is currently a joke because of the national sort of sentiment that they have not taken, or that they're doing their work, but because of the limitations, not executing this process in an intentional, inclusive, transparent way. The other thing I hear, and I'll close with this, is that there's this lack of proper treatment, and because of we live in a very Anglo cultured environment, we continue to propel white supremacy. All of us do, including freedmen. because of the state of conditions in white supremacy and racist systems. And so how we treat and how we deliver, you know, how polished we decide to do that is definitely a testament to how we feel. And so with pain, with all of the anguish that comes with such a delicate state of affairs, we must treat people better. We must do this with the utmost respect, with the utmost love and care and attention, and we must take our time and do it properly. So I wanted to open up the mics to ask my panelists. I wanted to thank you. I wanted to thank you, Chief, for being open to this work. It's a process. We'll do this together, and I think this is what love and compassion looks like, is that we do it together. We don't shame each other. We say we are not doing as well as we need to do because it's new, because we are human and we can learn, but you are open, and I appreciate that. So to the panelists, thank you so very much for your advocacy, for your hard work. To the task force members, it must be extremely hard. I'll let you speak that for yourself. As Black people, to sit there and to want and to know exactly what needs to happen, but then to be either muted or restricted, it cannot be easy. So I apologize for the process thus far, and I look forward to advocating, to supporting you into the rest of the way. I'll start with Reverend Dr. Peterson and then move down for closing remarks.
Well, I'll just be really brief. I appreciate the hearing and the deep interest and the sensitivity to how people have been feeling on the ground. Sorry, I got a cold. I appreciate the administration coming and hearing and responding sensitively to task force members who have expressed frustration publicly on the record. My only comment is that I'm very satisfied with the outcome of this meeting and look forward towards a process where Black power on the ground is invested in with regard to this process. I think that's very important. So thank you for the time and the interest, and I look forward towards a process moving forward where there's increased dialogue, increased sensitivity, and real funding and in terms of resources into the Black community as partners, equal partners in this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya, Counselor, President of this whole hearing. I just want to thank you for holding space, because I think that's so important, and just champion you for the grace and hyper-intentionality around sensitivity, but also capturing what community has said. I think it's important to acknowledge the complexity of the task that we have at hand. It's historical. It's something that we've never done before. And because of that, you know, that does not mean that we dodge the challenge by dodging accountability, which is why earlier I took accountability, even though I'm a young person. But I feel like there needs to be space for accountability to be taken, because that is not a scary word. Transparency is not a scary word. And that accountability and transparency is the epitome of what's going to get us to reconciliation and repair. And we must reflect that within ourselves. We must reflect that through the assessment of this process. And I am confident, I have faith that we can do this. And I hope that this hearing was not taken as an assassination of character, but rather as an assessment of opportunity for this to be a story that reflects reconciliation and repair. So I am positively confident, I have faith, and I look forward to doing the work and continuing to do the work and to work in community with grassroots organizers.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And please continue to educate us. Chief?
I'll be super quick. First of all, thank you to you. I don't know how you are here standing. You were up until like 1 a.m. getting through the budget, so shout out to you. Thank you for your partnership throughout, especially in the last couple of weeks, to make sure that this hearing is a good turning point. And that's how I'm leaving the space. So thank you, and thank you for everybody who joined for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Tanya Fernandez-Anderson, in your leadership in speaking truth to power. And I also believe in speaking truth to power, and I've done so throughout this whole process. To administration, am I right? All right, and also to other task force members. So they have heard my voice, and I've been on record many times, and they read my emails maybe 4 a week about what's going wrong and so forth. So I just want to be sure that I was stayed on record. But I also want to make sure that I've always considered the community research partners. So that's been my lens from day one. And so I think when sometimes other task force members of the city might not consider that I've always considered them research partners of this kind of work. And that's why I've always put forth that kind of piece as well. And I think that in order to go forward, and for us, and my model is always to be, as I always say this to the staff here, and also if you look good, I look good. It's that old Vidal Sassoon kind of commercial for those born in the 70s. Is that it's very important that I'm here to make sure that we all look good in this process. So any kind of comment that I've made to staff or community members and all that was to make sure, or city council, was to make sure that we have the best process in the country on this. And so that's where my heart has always been. And just the last piece is that we're going to have to, in order to move this forward, we're going to have to do this differently. So we need to look at the model, we need to blow it up a little bit, and we need to put it back together. And maybe that needs to be in some kind of working session or something like that. But in order for this to get where we're all going to get the planets to be looking at each other. And I really don't like the words alignment, and I don't like the words now reset. So if you say those words to me, I think those are government words for conformity. So if you take those out, I just want those out of the vocabulary going forward. Because black resistance is something that this country has been made of in the city. And also, a couple years ago, I received the Black Resistance Award from Mayor Wu for Black History Month, and I'm very proud of that. And so I wear that. I wish I brought the award. I would have wore it around my neck like Flavor Flav. But just to say that that's what I'm here for, and the power of black resistance. And we come from many fantastic people that have reflected that. Derek Bell, Charles Ogletree, and many community-based people, Mel King, Ella Baker, lots of people who've always held that to their heart. So I stand in that moment, and I enjoy that responsibility. And that's the work of this reparations, is we're taking over this discussion that has been going on for centuries, and we're moving it forward. And I hope that I can move it forward and spark some of those young people there today to take it even more farther. So that's what I'm here, and I just want to thank you for your leadership in the council.
Yes. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your comments. For next steps, I think that a couple of meetings, one connecting staff administration with community, and two, community listening session to hear to the community at large. Those are my next steps. The third thing, I think it is a working session, including community panelists, so that we can start figuring out how do we not realign or what's the other word?
Reset. These are words I've heard of which have now cringed me. So
not realign or reset, not revive. It's not dead.
Thank you.
And but rather, how do we evolve it?
There we go.
To improve, to get the best and most efficient results. And so those three things is my next to-dos. Look forward to communications from my office so that we can continue to work together. I think that we are off to a good start. I appreciate you all for the work, and meeting adjourned.
Thank you.